agenda. The first item is opening. I want to take this opportunity to officially open this public hearing and greet the MEC of Social Development, Mayor Razlani, and your acting HOD and your entourage. Honorable members who are the members of this committee of Scopa, the staff of the legislature, the AG representative, the Treasury representative, and all our people who are watching from various platforms. Welcome to this public hearing. The department which is appearing today is the Department of Social Development, led by MEC Razlani. Honorable members and colleagues, Scopa derives its mandates from the Section 114, 2A and B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which stipulates that the provincial legislature must provide for the mechanism to ensure that all the organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and play an oversight role over the state institutions. It is for this reason that we are here today. And Scopa provides an oversight role by strengthening the accountability, transparency, and integrity of government and public entities. We are also given responsibility to track the resolutions as adopted by the House and ensure that they are implemented. It's very critical to indicate that performance planning, monitoring, and evaluation are critical in building a capable state. And this can only be achieved through strengthening the internal controls of the department, and where there are deviations, consequence management should be instituted. Failing to get credits and debits correct, when our financials are not in order, when you can't account on how much we spend and how much we got from the department, from the public purse, it is unforgivable. And also, non-compliance, we are taking it as deliberate, because we have got legislations that guide us in terms of what we should do. So if you ignore that, it's deliberate and it's also won't be tolerated. And we must also ensure that our targets, our performance is geared towards delivering the service required by our communities. And that is why we are here, and that is why we are going to find out from the department if you are providing the necessary services, complying, and if you are able to account for each and every cent that you have spent. So today we are going to deal with financial year 2022-2023 of social development only, as mandated by the House. So before we continue, I just want to check with the MEC and the active HOD that you have given or submitted the files with the reports, that indeed you are aware that these files that you have submitted, you are aware of the contents and they've been verified by the two of you. It's just a housekeeping issue, just to
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to all honorable members. All the officials of government, either coming from the Department of Social Development or support staff of the legislature, I'm saying good morning to you as well. Honorable Chair, let me indicate that I fully take ownership of the report. You might have seen that when we submit the file, it was the report was accompanied by a letter signed by myself. It was just to confirm that as this collective from the department, we had our own sessions to engage on the report. Thanks so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC, for that assurance. Maybe just to indicate some housekeeping issues. We have got an item on introduction. We are all going to introduce ourselves. But as and when during the process you want to speak, you must introduce yourself. It doesn't matter how many times you are going to speak. If you speak 10 times, it means you will introduce yourself 10 times. Just for record purpose. We are on live now. Some are listening through different devices. So they should not assume that is the chairperson who is speaking or is the honorable member speaking. Just for record purpose and for the convenience and for the benefit of our people who are on different platforms. And the other thing is that honorable members are going to read questions. We have sent questions, you have responded, you have submitted the file, we appreciate it. So we are going to read those questions to you and you are going to respond. And after responding, if honorable members feel that they want to come back with follow-up questions, they will be given that opportunity to make follow-up questions. And I hope we understand how we are going to move. So without any waste of time, the agenda, like I've indicated, that has been distributed. The next item is introductions. The first people to introduce themselves are members of Scopa. I'll start with myself. My name is Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of Scopa in Limpopo, and we can do it from this side.
Good morning, Honorable MEC in the party. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of this portfolio.
Greetings, Chair. Greetings to the MEC and Team DSD. My name is Thabo Mavocha. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Standing Committee member. Good morning. My name is Honorable Nempumulun Tablini Colbert, a member of Scopa.
Morning, Chairperson. Good morning, our MEC and your colleagues. My name is Honorable Mkamane Asna. I'm the member of this committee.
Morning, everyone. Morning, Chairperson and the colleagues. Let me first greet the Honorable MEC, the President, and the SDS team. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Marcela, a member of this Standing Committee. Thank you.
thank you very much, honorable members, the legislature staff.
Good morning. My name is William Kare. I'm the committee coordinator of Scopa. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Mutumelo Lady Elizabeth, the Researcher Supporting Committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Musutu, the researcher for Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Saul More from Communication Services in the Legislature.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the department, and my colleagues. My name is Ellen Wu. I'm responsible for the social
Chair, my name is Samson Howard. I'm the ANC researcher assigned to SCOPA.
Morning, my name is Kate Matala from the Limpopo Legislature Legal Services.
Thank you very much, staff.
Sorry, Chair. In point of correction, I wanted to say DSD, then I said SDS. I saw them looking at me, what went wrong? Sorry, Chair.
Thank you very much. Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning. My name is Laisan Kubai from the Auditor General.
Office of the Provincial Treasurer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Portia Senior, the Provincial Accountant General.
Good morning. My name is Martha Bushoto from Legislature Oversight Subcommittee.
Thank you very much. MEC and your entourage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupelo Florence Ratzirani, the MEC for Social Development.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee. My name is Martin Colin Abna Mapeteke Sehlapel, and I'm the acting head of department for the Department of Social Development.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Matume Matlala, the CFO for the department.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Dudu Stlajile. I am the Chief Director for Social Welfare Services.
Morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Shandu Murubiz, Acting Chief Director, Research and Development. Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Ogba Pitanganyane. I'm the Acting Corporate Services Chief Director.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. My name is Chiskao Chosi Matosi, Director Financial Accounting.
Morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. Godfrey Chimausune Kavambe, in the unit NGO Governance and Compliance Services dealing with the NPOs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody who is not introduced?
Yes, they're at the back here.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Maslalo Lekulwane, responsible for supply chain management.
I think at the back we can't see you. If you can just stand up so that we see who is talking.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Maslalo Lekulwane, responsible for supply chain management in the department.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and
You
honorable
can favor
members.
us with your position.
I'm the Director Supply Chain Management.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members and MEC and our colleagues. My name is Joshua Kwapa. I'm the Department of Social Development Media Liaison Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. My name is Nyaume Patrick Tobejane, responsible for internal control in the department. Thank you.
Positions, please. We
Deputy Director, Internal Control.
And we hope the others will also favor us with their positions.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Nomonde Kase, ANC support staff.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Mpokabai, responsible for legal services. I'm a senior legal admin officer.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, honorable MEC and colleagues. Petulora Malepe, the Chief Risk Officer. Thank you.
I'm Bahani Maria Keka, responsible for financial planning, budgeting and reporting. Director.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. I am Shabani Francis. I am Deputy Director, Appointment Secretary to MC.
Blessed morning, Chair, honorable members, MEC and my colleagues. My name is Vade Anish Kororo, Deputy Director in the Office of the MEC, Administrative Support and Coordination.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and MEC. My name is Chauke Bongani. I'm the parliamentary officer for MEC Razlan.
Okay, thanks for the introductions. But because we are on record, maybe we need to indicate that the researcher who was introduced with the social development, maybe we indicate that maybe they did not see her when we were introducing the staff. She should have been introduced with the staff. Just note that she's not part of the interest of the MEC. She's the staff member. Yeah, on 3.6, we are on apologies. From ourselves, we have two apologies. We are apologizing on behalf of Honorable Maila, who is a member of Scopa. And the other apology that we have received is the apology of the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Honorable Simon Mate, due to medical checkups that were arranged in advance. So those are the two apologies that we are having. But we are also having apologies from members. We have got Honorable Smile, who is having some challenges. He will be in and out. He's requested to be recused at 12:15, but he will come back. And we also have other apologies from members, but I just assume that by that time, maybe will be done. Just note that Honorable Mavuja, Honorable Emma Jomani, and Honorable Nompumpulun, if by 4 or so we're not done, they're going to leave. But I just assume that will be done. I'm just putting it in advance so that you just see people getting out of the meeting. Maybe let me check with the MEC if they've got apologies.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupero Florence Ratilani, MEC for Social Development. I have apology, Chair, requesting to be recused for 30 minutes. There's a meeting that I can as well not be able to say I'm not available, just to go and send my apology for that meeting and come back. So if you allow, Chair, the acting HOD will remain and continue with honorable members. With due respect, I respect this committee that we are appearing before it, but the meeting I'm referring to, it's just that it didn't come to me to submit through the secretary of Scopa, but it's something that I hinted on with the chairperson of the committee. If members allows, I will request to be recused. The meeting has started now at 11 o'clock, just for some few minutes.
any other apology? If there's no apology, we can just accept the apologies if we can. But maybe let's just note the issue of the MEC. We know that is you who's accounting to the Scopa, not the HOD. But we are noting the apology that you are quickly going to deal with an issue and then you'll come back. You are delegating the HOD to answer all the questions that will be asked for the department. Is that what we are agreeing on? Thank you very much. Yeah, the next item, as you are requesting from MEC, is number 4. Questions. Like I've indicated, members are going to ask questions. Those questions which we have forwarded to you around November, December 2024, and we've also responded, but we just want to get responses from you. We've noted your responses, but just for the sake of the people of Limpopo, tell us where are you in terms of the questions, and we'll make follow-ups if we feel that indeed there's a need to do that. The first question, we'll request Honorable Mantata Mahasela to lead us with the first question.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The first question stands like this. It's about resolution status and statement in the audit outcomes. The executive authority immediately noted that the Department of Social Development has not yet implemented all their house resolutions from 2014-2015 to 2020-2021 financial years. So, executive authority Department of Social Development has been stagnant with unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis since 2019 to 2020 financial year to date. So my question is, provide the committee with the status on the implementation resolutions in implementation of the House resolutions.
Yeah, HOD, on behalf of the... Oh, you still continue?
Yes, Chairperson. B says, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? C, why is the Department of Social Development stagnant in the performance of the audit outcomes? That's it.
Thank you very much, HOD, on behalf of the MC.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. It's Martin Sehlapelo, the Head of Department for the Department of Social Development. In response to question A, 1A, which says provide a committee with the status of the implementation of the House resolutions. For the resolutions of the financial year 2014-2015, the committee had 11 resolutions. 10 were resolved. One has not yet been resolved before this meeting. The aspect of the resolution that was not resolved related to, it was recommended that the MEC should provide a detailed report on the alleged procurement fraud involving a tender for a feeding scheme at the place of safety. The status for that resolution is that The MEC has since presented the detailed report to the House. We also provide in Annexure A the risk management report, which, if the chairperson would allow, that I don't read that specific report. Else I could read the key recommendation or whatever the chairperson would prefer me to do in terms of that. The report, the additional information in relation to that is on that annexure.
Yeah, I think we can't go through the annexures. They serve as a reference. So if we have anything to refer, we can refer us to that annexure. There's no need to go through it. Even in our preparations, we have gone through the annexures. When you are asking questions, we are also going to refer to the annexures if we have something that we want to highlight from the annexure. But it's a reference.
It's Martin Sehlapelo, the head of department. Thank you, Chairperson. I think maybe I can take this opportunity again, but I will probably, there are some few or one or two typographical errors in the report that I have noted, but when I come to it, I will then deal with those typographical errors. Then for the financial year, the resolutions of the financial year 2015-2016, there were 4 resolutions. 2 were resolved, 2 were outstanding. Of the 2 that are outstanding was resolution 3, the aspect dealing with consequence management. The committee recommends that appropriate action be taken against officials who made and permitted irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures as required by Section 38(1)(h) sub 3, Roman 3 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulations 9.1.3. The status at this moment is that the department has since completed the investigation and wrote a letter to the Department of Health to implement consequence management to the responsible officials. However, the Department of Health could not implement consequence management, citing the prescription of the matter. The department requests the committee to consider this resolution, this aspect of the resolution, as having been complied with. In terms of that resolution 3 again, the committee further recommends that the executing authority must investigate all irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and take the necessary steps to regularize and recover it from responsible officials. The department has since submitted an application for the condonation of the irregular expenditure through the PFMA Compliance and Reporting Framework Instruction number 4 of 2022-23 financial year. And these transactions have subsequently been condoned, as is expressed in Annexure B, which shows the condonation aspect. There is, however, some fruitless and wasteful expenditure related to Pashaselata Selatule. This has not yet been condoned. The Department of Social Development requested the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure to investigate the matter, and the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure committed to investigate the matter. The response from the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure is marked in Annexure C. The Department of Social Development will continue to follow up the matter of the investigation with the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure. The other fruitless and wasteful expenditure has been investigated and steps have been taken to recover. The details of the recovery is provided in response to question 3C below. In that response, for ease of reference, it is on page 36 of the very same document as to how we then we are progressing with the recovery. Then the other aspect of the financial year, the resolution that has not been that had then not been concluded, is that the committee recommends that the department must speedily conclude the investigations relating to misappropriation of funds by non-profit organizations by officials. There were 14 cases. All 14 cases related to the misappropriation of funds by non-profit organization were completed. The last of them was completed on the 23rd of April 2022. For the financial year 2016-17, the committee made 8 resolutions. 7 were resolved. 1 was not fully resolved. It related to resolution 6 for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In relation to that aspect, the committee recommends that the executing authority must take action against the accounting officer and the chief financial officer for failing to take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by section 38, 1C and Roman 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the department must carry out an investigation into all allegations of financial misconduct committed by officials as required by Treasury Regulations 4.1.1 and take appropriate action against the responsible official. The resolution was implemented and progress reported to the committee, except for the partial matter, which deals with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In terms of that, the department had requested the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure to investigate the matter, and the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure committed to investigate the matter. The department will continue to follow up the matter with the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure as per Annexure C. For 2017-2018, the committee made 5 resolutions. 3 were resolved, 2 were not fully resolved, and part of that deals with resolution 2 related to irregular expenditure. With regards to that, the committee recommends that the executing authority must take action against the accounting officer for failing to take effective steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by section 38(1)(c) Roman 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. The executing authority could not act against the accounting officer since she left the department. It is important to note that as part of this resolution, there was the other aspect of that resolution that says, furthermore, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must conduct an investigation into irregular expenditure and recover any loss from the responsible officials. The department has since completed investigations and wrote the letters to the Department of Health to implement consequence management to the responsible officials. However, the Department of Health could not implement consequence management, citing the prescription of the matter. The department has since submitted an application for condonation through the PFMA compliance reporting framework, and transactions have subsequently been condoned. The letters of condonement are attached. I think, Chair, this second part of this resolution would actually have also some impact on the first part. Resolution 3 for that financial year relates to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The committee recommends that the executive authority must take action against the accounting officer for failing to take steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by Section 38(1)(c) sub 2, Roman 2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulations 9.1.1. The executing authority could not act against the accounting officer since she left the department in the same manner as the previous response. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must carry out all the investigation into all allegations of financial misconduct conducted by officials as required by Treasury Regulation 4.1.1 and take appropriate action to recover any loss against the responsible officials. The status is that the investigations into the allegations of financial misconduct, of fruitless and wasteful expenditure was completed, and all responsible officials acknowledged the debt. The department is in the process of recovering the money. The detail of the progress with regards to that recovery is provided in response to question 3C above. That's the question below, I say again. That 3C is still on page 36. And for the financial year 2019-2020, the committee made 7 resolutions. 4 of them have been fully resolved. 3 are not fully resolved. The first is resolution 3 related to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to recover and clear fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 6,153,000, which was incurred, and since this audit finding is recurring. The executing authority could not act against the accounting officer since she left the department. The next aspect of that same resolution is that the committee further recommends that the accounting officer must investigate the fruitless and wasteful expenditure and recover it from responsible officials. The status is that the investigation into allegations of financial misconduct and fruitless and wasteful expenditure was completed, and all responsible officials acknowledged debt. The department is in the process of recovering the money. The detail of that is in response to question 3.6 below. For the same financial year, there was a resolution 4 in terms of the annual financial statements and the performance of the annual report. The committee recommended that the executing authority must take appropriate action against both the accounting officer and the chief financial officer for submitting financial statements for auditing which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by Section 41A and B of the PFMA. The executive officer could not act against the accounting officer since he left the department, while the CFO left the department to Mpumalanga Provincial Treasury, and the department has since referred the matter for further implementation by the Mpumalanga Provincial Treasury. The department will continue to follow up Mpumalanga Provincial Treasury, proof that the department has contacted Mpumalanga is in Annexure D. Further, the committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to exercise his oversight responsibility regarding financial and performance reporting, compliance, and internal controls. The executing authority issued a warning letter. However, due to procedural challenges, the process did not proceed. Currently, the executing authority is not in a position to proceed as the accounting officer has left the employ of government. The other aspect of that resolution relates to the committee further recommends that the accounting officer must develop an audit action plan to ensure that the material misstatements in the annual financial statements do not recur. The action plan, is the status, has been developed that ensured that the material misstatement related to transfers and receivables did not recur as per subsequent AGSA audit reports. We also attached the audit action plan marked as Annexure A. The Resolution 7 that dealt with other reports, the committee recommends that the executing authority must table a report on the implementation of the findings and recommendations of the Special Investigation Unit on the forensic investigation into allegations relating to tender irregularities within the supply chain management unit of the department, which covered the 2019-2020 financial period, and its recommendation in the once the investigations are concluded. The one of the recommendation of the SIU report that was not confirmed as having been implemented was that of lifestyle audit must be done for all supply chain officials. So the status with regards to that aspect of the lifestyle audit is that the lifestyle audit was conducted for all supply chain officials as per the SIU recommendation in line with the DPSA lifestyle audit guidelines. The annexure marked F is the report of that lifestyle audit, which then would ensure that that resolution is fully implemented. For the financial 2020-2021, the committee made 7 resolutions, 4 of which have been resolved, and 3 of which have not been fully resolved. The resolution 1 deals with the committee deals with stagnant of audit outcomes. The committee recommends that the accounting officer must develop an audit action plan to address internal weaknesses with a view of obtaining a clean audit opinion. The audit action plan is developed on an annual basis. However, the department is still having a challenge in addressing all the findings raised by the AGSA. The financial management capacity of the department has deteriorated. Resolution 2 for that year deals with irregular expenditure. In terms of that, the committee recommends that the executing authority must investigate irregular expenditure and take appropriate action against the responsible official. The department has since completed the investigation and wrote a letter to the Department of Health to implement consequence management to the responsible officials. However, the Department of Health could not implement consequence management, citing the prescription on the matter. The executing authority issued a warning letter to the accounting officer. However, due to procedural challenges, the process did not proceed. Currently, the executing authority is not in a position to proceed as the accounting officer has left the employ of government. The other aspect of that resolution is that the committee recommended that the accounting officer must conclude the process of submitting the applications for condonement to Provincial Treasury for consideration. The department has since submitted condonation through the PFMA compliant reporting framework, and the transactions have subsequently been condoned, as is shown in Annexure B. With regards to Resolution 5, I say again, Resolution 5 for that year, which deals with fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure and take appropriate action to recover the money against the responsible officials. The status for that resolution is that with regards to the aspect there that has not been dealt with is with regards to the wasteful expenditure related to Pashas Latu. The Department of Social Development requested the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure to investigate the matter, and the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure committed to investigate. The department will continue to follow up the matter of investigation with the Department of Public Works, Road and Infrastructure. All the other fruitless and wasteful expenditure have been investigated and steps taken to recover this. Details of recovery is in response to question 3C. The other aspect of that financial year for that resolution is that the committee further recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for failing to take disciplinary steps against officials who incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by section 38(1)H Roman 3 of the PFMA. The status is that the executing authority issued a warning letter. However, due to procedural challenges, the process did not proceed. Currently, the executing authority is not in a position to proceed as the accounting officer has left the employ of government. For the resolutions of the committee of the 2021-2022 financial year, there were 6 resolutions. None of them have been fully implemented. 6 are the aspect of the 6 other resolutions will give the feedback now. With regards relate to Resolution 1, underspending of the conditional grant. The committee recommends that the accounting officer must take appropriate action against the officials who underspent conditional grants to the amount of, to the amount of 43,615,000. The status is that the consequence management could not be affected as no officials were liable for under expenditure. The whole process and the whole system and processes for this expenditure was run by nationally. The aspect related to that as well, the committee further recommends that accounting officer put in place a comprehensive plan to prevent the underspending of that conditional grant. The status is that the department is no longer responsible for the administration of the Early Childhood Development Program and its conditional grant, since the early childhood development function has been transferred to the Department of Education from the 1st of April 2022. The next resolution deals with irregular expenditure. The committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate disciplinary action against the accounting officer for failing to prevent the occurrence of irregular expenditure. The status is that the executing authority could not act against the accounting officer regarding the irregular expenditure amounting to the 32.4 million because soon after the department received the resolution in 2024, the then accounting officer left the employ of government. Resolution 3 deals with the achievement of planned targets. The committee recommends that the accounting officer take appropriate action against the responsible officials for failing to ensure that the department achieve its planned target, since this matter is recurring from the 2020-2021 financial year. The status of the implementation of this resolution is as follows. Excuse me. The 2 district directors, Capricorn and Sekhukhune districts, and all the social workers who contributed to the material findings were subjected to corrective measures such as attendance of a compulsory capacity building sessions on the management of performance information and audit matters. The other aspect is the committee further recommends that the accounting officer must put in place measures to prevent the recurrence of not achieving the planned targets. The status of that is that the department has put in place measures to prevent the non-achievement of these planned targets. These include monthly, quarterly, and annual verification of files, data validation, as well as quality assurance at the local service points prior to consolidation and submission to districts. This has improved the data management system. The committee, in terms of the other aspect, the committee further recommends that the executing authority must table progress report in the House on the implementation of this resolution until this resolution is fully implemented with effect from 1 April 2024. Due to the national and provincial elections of 2024, the executing authority could not table those progress report as yet. The resolution 4 talks to annual financial statements. The committee recommends that the executing authority must take appropriate action against the accounting officer for submitting financial statements which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 40(1)(a) and B of the PFMA. Consequence management was affected to the accounting officer. See the attached final warning letters marked Annexure G. The other aspect of that resolution is that the committee recommends that the accounting officer must take appropriate action against the chief financial officer for submitting financial statements which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 40 sub 1 A and B of the PFMA. Also for that, consequence management was affected to the CFO. See the attached final warning letters in Annexure G. The other aspect is the committee further recommends that the accounting officer must take appropriate action against responsible officials for failing to implement specific information systems to enable the monitoring of progress towards the achieving targets. For that, the status is that consequence management was affected to all responsible officials, and the warning letters are in Annexure G. Then the committee further recommended that the accounting officer must put in place measures to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. The department has since then developed the annual financial statements plan, which enables the review of financial statements on a quarterly basis. The department has also appointed the annual financial statements review committee, whose role will be to review the financial statement in its totality. The department will also strengthen the monitoring of the plan by regularly reporting to the management structures. The annual financial plan is attached as Annexure H. I can confirm that it has been subsequently, the one that deals with that financial year is attached, but subsequently on an annual basis, this is updated. The department will improve its data management systems by ensuring that there is monthly, quarterly, and annual verifications of files, data validation, and quality assurance at the local service points prior to consolidation and submission to the districts. In relation to the other aspect that was not dealt with, the committee recommends that the executive authority must table progress report in the House on the implementation of this resolution until the resolution is fully implemented with effect from 1 April 2024. Due to the national and provincial elections of 2024, the executing authority could not table a progress report. Then there is resolution 5 that deals with RWOPs. The committee recommends that the accounting officer must take disciplinary action against officials who conducted business with the state. No disciplinary action was taken against the following officials who conducted business with the state. The first one is Chokwe TP. The employee is no longer an employee of the state and was employed as a social worker for the period of 4 months, from December 2021 to March 2022. The transactions for conducting business with the state happened prior to the appointment of that official into the department. The second one is Kekana MA, who alleged that when questioned, he alleged that the company was dormant and it was bought by an unknown person, and that affidavit has been forwarded to risk for further investigation. Chairperson, that investigation is not yet completed. Then in relation to the same aspect of RWOPs, the committee furthermore recommends that the accounting officer must recover all money which was irregularly earned from the responsible officials. The status is that no money has been recovered from the affected employees based on the following. Kegana MA awaiting the investigation outcomes to determine that aspect. Chokwe TP, the transaction happened prior to her being appointed in the department, and the employer is no longer in the employ of government. The other aspect of the resolution that still needed to provide status on is the committee further recommends that the executing authority must table progress report in the House on the implementation of this resolution until the resolution is fully implemented with effect from 1 April 2024. The issue of the national and provincial election of 2024 as presented previously, the executing authority has not yet provided that. Then resolution 6, which is the last resolution for that year, is that the committee recommends that the accounting officer must appoint an independent firm to conduct a lifestyle audit on both management and official within the supply chain management. The lifestyle audit was conducted to all management and supply chain officials in line with the DPSA lifestyle audit guidelines. The report is provided in Annexure F. The department could not appoint an independent firm due to the inadequate budget and the cost involved. The second aspect deals with the committee recommends that the executing authority must table progress report in the House every 6 months on the implementation of this resolution with effect from the 1st of April 2024. Lifestyle audit, I say again, due to the national and provincial elections of 2024, the executing authority could not table the progress report as yet. Sub-question B, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all this year? The response of the department is that the department could not implement all the House resolutions based on the following reasons. The department has had capacity challenges, including frequent changes in the administrative leadership in the department. As you will see, there's been quite a number of changes in the HODs in the department over the period. And there have been long-standing vacant positions in the department. The second reason is that there have been a challenge in acquiring documentation to finalize the investigations. And the third is that some of the investigations were dependent on other departments. And then sub C of the question one is that why is the Department of Social Development stagnant in the performance in the audit outcome? The response is that the department is unable to move out of the stagnant audit outcomes because of the failure of the department to effectively implement the audit action plan, which addresses the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure as the audit of predetermined objectives. This failure, Honorable Chairperson, has to deal with the capacity of the department. That is our response to the question one, Chair.
Thank you, HOD, MEC, welcome back to the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, honorable members, question number one has been responded. Let's see if we have follow-up questions. But maybe before I even recognize you to speak, just to talk of there were two instances where you were supposed to take, or Department of Health was supposed to take a consequence management on employees, and you said they cite a prescription of, they're citing the prescription on the matter. What exactly is that? Maybe if you can be schooled.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupelo Florence Rajrani, MEC for Social Development. When they say the matter has prescribed, you are fortunate, Honorable Chair, because in your committee, you also have got learned legal people. That's when the matter has been dragging for 3 years or more without being concluded. So which means if there are cases and they are not investigated speedily, it had a very serious impact, because after that time, it won't be helpful, or it won't be possible to still pursue the matter. That's my understanding, but like I said, I can see also Honorable Smiley is also agreeing with me. I think, yeah, that's how we can respond, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
And thanks for the response.
Yeah, and
maybe same time before I give you, I just want to check what makes that period to lapse until before the action can be taken. I need we need to zoom into it, because it's not one case. Is it not in any way maybe deliberate? Maybe this one you respond when you're responding to others. That's my concern. Okay. Just the justice denied the lawyers will tell you, but sometimes we know that it is deliberate, so that the people can go away with these things. I'm going to recognize Honorable Smal, Honorable Mabuja, Honorable Nyampumuluni, and Honorable Mantata Mahasela in that order.
Chairperson, thank you, and thank you, Honorable MEC. You see, for me, what has gone wrong with this department in the past is the inability by the department to follow due process and procedural issues. I'm going to highlight a few. Even in your packaging, even in your annexes, you're not getting it right. But let me start with the obvious one. The previous MEC writes a warning letter and the CFO signs it. So if the CFO wants to appeal the process, the appeal mechanism doesn't lie with the appeal process is with the accounting officer, which is the MEC. So from a process point of view, Honorable MEC, your predecessor was advised wrongly for the CFO to sign a warning letter. Should have been done by the HOD. And that is problematic. And even the CFO signing it and not even advising correctly, or HR, because it's also directed to the HR, and HR also not picking it up. It says to me, a big value chain does not understand what they are doing. Let me take you to your first risk management investigations report, which is your Annexure A. And under Annexure A, on page 6, you make references to Annexure B and E and D. Now let's start with Annexure D. Annexure D talks about the overpayment of the money, of the 150,000. You open Annexure D and you see the application there, and you make reference to what? I don't know how that D is linked to that. You also also made reference to, I think, G. Because I just want to read D. I want to show you where's the mistake here. Because if you go to D, and you go page 1 of 2, and you go to page 2, and you say investigations report DCD 12-003-1121, on 2 of 2. Are we together, HOD?
Yes, yes.
That should make the reference to the investigations report. Now, if you slide to A, back to A, you will see it's not the same reference number. It's not. Because you say in bullet point G, see the report and IV statement marked as Annex D. And I'm looking at Annex D, and I'm looking as per investigations number DSD 12-003 110221, and this one is DSD 12-031-0313. So if you want me to cross-reference on the actions that you've maybe taken against Ms. Ivy, you either got the wrong, I think you've either put the wrong document in there because it doesn't talk to that report. You also make reference in A that you've written to these companies before you actually even extended their contract. In Annex you've written to them Annex B and Annex A as E attached to say to company A and B, we have overpaid you, please pay us back. There's no such letter. And if you go to the PFMA, including HUD, supply chain, CFO, where's the legal documentation that when you ask for that letter, when the person didn't want to respond to that letter, where's your legal compliance? Where's the legal letter to these companies saying, I've overpaid you, now you must pay me back? Because we're not talking about small change here. It's not 8,000, we're talking about hundreds of thousands, right? So where's the legal letter? Because the PFMA said, yes, you must do all, and Treasury is not going to condone it. If the PIP says you must not only investigate internally, but then externally you've also got a process to follow. You haven't legally complied, you haven't done anything. And if the companies refused, why didn't you blacklist it? You continue to renew their contracts as you stated there. And I would argue that the cases with the 14 MPOs should follow similar suit. If people don't comply within your norms and standards and within your regulations, don't support them. Chairperson, it is concerning, and some of the other issues will come up later. I would ask the letter from the Department of Health to say that they cannot take because it's prescribed. I understand the explanation by the MEC. I don't challenge that. But what is not in the files, what should have been, is that I couldn't find that letter of the Department of Health. If it is there, maybe I did miss it. You might make reference to it, but I mean the attachment that comes from the Department of Health, we say, refer to your letter dated XXX. Sorry, I cannot take action against the HOD or the previous employee personnel number X because the issue has prescribed. You understand? So I do think that there is something that must come back that should have given evidence to it. Honourable MEC, the AG makes a reference to numerous investigations that has been concluded under irregular expenditure, investigations that has been concluded. But those investigations dates back as far as 2017 that has been concluded. They are under review, they're still under review. My question will be, how many is still under review? And are you able to furnish a report to the portfolio committee of the irregular investigations, the reports, the actual report that if it's the chief risk officer report or if it's the if you used either internal or external investigations, because it's not clear what the breakdown of it is. Are you able to furnish the portfolio committee with those reports? That's what I would put forward, but Honourable MEC, if you can maybe just indicate why are they still being reviewed and why are they not being implemented? Just maybe an answer on that. The actual case we can deal with later. I will hand over to my learned colleagues on that. Thank you, Chair.
No, still sharing.
Ah,
I'm
the
still
one that
sharing.
you-
Yes, back to me. Thank you very much. Honourable Mawucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabotja. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. And greetings to you, MEC, once again. MEC, one thing that we've realized after perusing this bundle is that it seems like the department has got legacy issues. With that being said, MEC, is that there are many problems in the department, but I'll get to that a bit later. Chair, I think the department in the next appearances, they must do better in their packaging. So my honorable GNU partner here, Smale, struggling to reference, trying to look at a certain attachment. Please let us try to paginate these pages so that at least if we're on page 6, we're all on page 6. There are many page 6 in here. But let me get to the to issues. What I've realized, even in the responses from the department, is that there are keywords: left the employed, prescription of the matter. Yeah, these are the two keywords that keep on repeating themselves. But then, if we were to go to financial year 2014-15, MEC, Chair, you'll realize that the department is saying that the resolution has been complied with. But if you then go and read their report in Annexure A, you will see that there are certain recommendations that they've made, that there must be a process to recoup that money. It's close to 500,000, not 8,000 money. It's close to 500,000, just a few cents before 500,000. Now, you have authorized an investigation. Your investigation is telling you, recoup this money. But seemingly there's no process that seek to pursue this service provider who has been overpaid by the department. And we are now waiting for this matter to prescribe, and then we'll come back and use the keyword that we can't do anything. So I don't think that as a committee we should accept that this matter has been fully complied with. Number 2, in the financial year 25-16, the department is putting it to us that they can't do anything because the matter is prescribed. The matter is prescribed, and as a result, there can't be any consequence management. And now, you then wonder, but what are the systems in place? What are the systems in place? Because one is ought to know, or there's this matter has been hanging. We're supposed to charge A, B, and C, but we haven't charged it then. So the system should be able to say to you, as the HOD, or in the department, or no, you are supposed to charge this person, and if we don't charge or write anything in the meantime, so that we then delay this prescription, this matter will prescribe and will not be able to do anything against this particular person. So I'm worried about your monitoring and evaluation systems. And then again on the financial year 2015-16, in relation to this matter, Pashasi Latole. This one is a very serious problem because it's just that we've not come to the part that deals with this process decisively. But one thing that I've observed in relation to this matter is that the department wrote to Public Works that please assist us to investigate this matter. I think it's before 2017, just about 2017. Until today, the department is still saying that they are still waiting for a response. They are still waiting for a response in relation to this matter. But when you check the annexures that have been attached here, the last time the department made a communique to Public Works to do follow-up, it was I think it was in 2017. And Public Works replied on the 27th of July 2017. But ever since then, there is no proof whatsoever to show that the department has taken interest in this matter. So we are worried as a committee, worried it can't just be that we have donated a building to a private individual, and that private individual has now chased us out of his property. There is resolution 4 under 2015-16. Under that resolution 16, resolution 4. No, it's not resolution. Unresolved matter number 4, under investigations. It is saying that the department has completed investigations in 14 cases related to misappropriation of funds by NPOs. But we are not told who are these NPOs, and we are not even directed or favored with those reports, so that we can read for ourselves and we can convince ourselves that indeed the department has really tried to deal decisively with this matter. Chair, my problem with the department, and I think it was also raised by the AG, is that there is problem in terms of capacity. Most of the positions are not occupied, and as and when the team from social development was introducing themselves, you can hear, Chair, most of the people mainly in senior positions, because I think these are senior people within the department. Most of them are acting. I think there are two or three chief directors, 2 are acting, 1 is permanent. So the department needs, even in their own, even in their own document, they are directing us, or we are unable. There are problems within the department. There is lack of stability within the department, and even the AG is highlighting that matter. So, Chair, I want to check, or even in the next financial year, are we still going to be dealing with a department that has got this high vacancy rate, more especially in upper echelons and mostly funded posts? The AG indicated to we have got the reason some of the documents that we received from the department, they are not that much credible, because the department doesn't have an internal control auditor. So, Chair, I think that the department needs to move with speed in that regard. There are instances whereby there are no follow-ups, Chair, in the department. There is one CFO who has moved to Mpumalanga, just write a letter, and then no follow-up. So, Chair, there are many issues. Unfortunately, I will be taking all the time. I think where I didn't capture, my colleagues will assist me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Onem Pumpulone.
Thank you.
Come after Marcel Mahasa, Antita Mahasa.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nempumbulone TC, the member of the committee. Unfortunately, my colleague has just taken all other questions, but however, I have only the following. Still on the tender for feeding scheme at the place of CEVIT, there are recommendations to recover the money. The straightforward question is that did the department already covered that amount of money? There are two figures on the report. Although some of the members were talking about the procedures, but money is straightforward. Whether that are two figures reflected on Annex A, whether they are already recovered or not. And then number two is that although the Department of Public Works is dealing with the infrastructure and so on, but in matters of fraud and other related things, are there legal reasons to transfer the duty of investigation from your department to the Department of Public Works? For instance, in the case of the Pasha Slatud, and the other things there, you referred as transferring the investigation to the Department of Public Works. I want to know whether there is a legal reasons to do so, because in most of the cases, you are doing better to investigate by yourself, and most of the investigation here were completed. So that is why I just want to know now that is there any legal reasons to transfer that duty to the Department of Public Works? And the Department of Public Works, since now there's no finality of the investigations which you transfer to them. And the other one on the other side is the misappropriation of funds by the non-profit organizations. What actions are taken against them? And in 2021-2022 financial year, on the achievement of planned targets, on the report of the AG, you have overachieved the budget. I mean the target, which is very good because our poor people are suffering out there. But however, when you overachieve your budget, how it affects your allocated budget? When achieving the planned targets, when overachieving the planned targets, how it relates with your budget? Does it negatively affect your budget or not? Because on the AG report there, you have overachieved your planned targets, and by more amount of numbers. And I suggest that numbers which you over target, they need money to be serviced like that. And lastly, in doing the business with the state, the other one has already left, but we have the Kekana, who is awaiting the investigation outcome. But I think it's straightforward. If a company is bought by the other person, you get that information from, the GTI, if I'm not mistaken, and also to can see whether it's true or it's not true. Otherwise, if there are some legalities around there, but I don't think we can prolong this, the finalization of this investigation by just smaller item where you can just, even within 2 minutes, to get that information. When was that company bought and by who and so on. Yeah, I think I'm done.
Honorable Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me greet again the team, DSD. I've got the following questions, although some have been responded by or done by my colleagues. Honorable Chairperson, my name is again Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. My first question is based on the stagnant that we find at the department. They are doing fine because there is no, qualified or no what and that. They are obtaining unqualified audit opinion, but the problem is they are stagnant there. They are always there. So, and by looking at things, it started when I check here from 2019 to 2020, 2020 to 2021 to date, they're still there as unqualified, obtaining qualified audit opinion, which is 4 consecutive years. I don't know as to whether you are feeling comfortable to be there. I don't think whether you are feeling good to be there. Because what I know is this, that if I've achieved something, I need to improve and go up so that even the other department or other people can applaud you to say you are improving. So I think maybe I can give you an encouragement to to do more. But we have seen where the problems lies. I think it is because of not having the proper or capacitated people, or not filling the vacant spaces. I think the vacant posts need to be filled, and then the senior positions, because you know things of acting is not good. I had 3 positions that people are acting, so I think if those posts can be filled, and then even those people who are working there will feel free that the posts are ours, and then we need to improve. Another question is, when last have you submitted the Scopa report to Treasury for assessment? If you have done so, no problem. So we'll ask yourselves to please provide us with the evidence as soon as possible, that we will always take or submit your Scopa reports to Treasury for assessment. The other thing that keeps you there is that you don't comply with the resolutions. If you comply and do things in a better way, then you are going to be all right. You are going to improve. But please try to comply. And then this other thing of no consequence management, which is not taking place in the department, please do so, as the AG has, informed you. When it comes to wasteful and fruitless expenditure, that is a very serious problem, especially on this case here, Phahla Selatu. I understand that my colleagues have said something about that, but I just want to tell you that I'm sure you are not seeing my face for the first time. We usually met with 18 HOD. I'm sure you know that. In those years, I was part of I was a member of the portfolio committee, DSD. So this thing has been coming to us. We have been questioning you as the department about this thing here, Phahla Selatu. If you can check on Annexure C, it's always referring to us or telling us that from 2017 we are doing this investment. You always told us, it's still under investigation. It's still under investigation. Till today, it's still under investigation. So I don't know, maybe we need to do something about that. When was the matter referred to DPWR for further investigation? And what is the current situation right now about the situation here? Phahla Selatu. The lifestyle audit. Why did the department fail to implement all the house resolutions for all these years? I think there are so many years that you're busy investigating about, or you already investigated. So, but the resolutions were not taken seriously. So, in order for you to be okay, you need to take further actions on anyone who's not doing well. The last question is this, that what further action can the department or the accounting officer or any officials in the department, what can be done if the official or about the official who left the department, knowing that the official who left didn't do or did misconduct in the office. And then maybe if I can give an example of the accounting officer who did the misconduct of irregular expenditure of 30 million. So if that person have resigned, do you leave things as they are? Or what do you do? What further action can you take in order to recover the money or in order to be, I don't know, to deal with this irregular expenditure? Yeah, I heard one of my colleagues saying that, asking that if you have overspent, is there any impact? To my opinion, if you overspend for the good reasons or for those purposes that you wanted to do, maybe you achieved this and then you did more. To me, I applaud those things. Why? Because it is better than not, underspending. If you underspend, it's then that we say you, but that is not good. But really overspending, not to me, those things got a good purpose and a little matter of unmet. That's where we applaud you, Honorable MEC. With these questions, I think the department will answer in a good manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mapol.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and the MEC and HOD were Hollywood stars. And yeah, Hollywood stars, yes, actors. Yeah, actors. Now, it is quite unfortunate. One was not supposed to speak at Chairperson. The reason why, it was because I don't trust the Hollywood actors here. And I'm serious when I mention this. Because when you look at the report of the AG, we're meeting people who are not honest. Yes, it's there in writing. The AG said that. To say information reported on service delivery purposes is not complete, and therefore the annual performance report is not reliable. Kimaka. It's not marker. Now, the reason why I took time to raise my hand, I don't expect to get even a reliable answer amongst you. The reason being, one, you see, most of these actors in Hollywood, they were there. When you speak about a case investigated in 2017, they were there, here. You see, Chairperson, the most people who knows everything are those below. I don't protect anybody amongst you. I'm still coming to you. But the most dangerous people.
Honorable Mapolo, remember the person who's accounting, who's appealing to us, the MEC.
No, it's the MEC.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm telling the MEC.
Can you address the MEC?
I'm addressing the MEC. Which are people?
All right.
These are actors. What must I say? Must I make my voice not be heard this side and be heard by MEC? When I speak, I'm speaking to the MEC will know that she's having actors here. And I'm saying this because, and I'm serious on it. Most of the corruption and other irregular and fruitless expenditures are those that were there long ago. Every time when the new leadership comes in, they are new also. I'm saying this. That's the work of yourself, MEC. You are dealing with crooks. You are dealing with people without honesty. They are not honest. see us bumping on one thing for over years, almost a decade. Then people are quiet here. They've been earning. Your people, your actors, they've been earning and are sitting with everything which is not reliable, even in front of the eyes of the AG. What must I say? The reason why some of you officials, when we speak to our official MC, they think that we are snacks, even though we are bad. You know? Because some, they will cry here and claiming as if no, they're hiding their issues. Now you must wear political bulletproof now. You must wear, we're not going to compromise on you. If we're not going to deal with your actors that were there for many years, and always you come to Scopa with same thing. For the years since I came in here, Chair, the issues that we are discussing of ancient days. But those that have created those things are there. The accounting officer, as he's new, they are new also to her. Now, underspending is a treason. I think your HOD, when you live there, that when I say treason, that is treason in real terms, because the people who are vulnerable, who are not, getting anything from government are struggling. And you, as the MEC, you must make sure that everyone, this is a treason, it's a charge, as good, because your HOD is a bit of controversial. You will understand when I'm saying treason. And what must go and happen when you live here. And I think in the next report, we'll get your iron fist. Unless you are there, MEC, you appointed him to be in love with the actors here. We're not going to allow it. And you see, for instance, like I'm saying, I can't even now believe that the 31.7 million, which was supposed to be paid, is paid now. And I think I'll get an honest answer from yourself, because you condoned 354. It's not you who condoned. Your actors have condoned that, MEC. And they know why they've condoned it. They know why they've written up 403K. You don't know, you are new. They know. They are seated here like Masalat. No, I'm saying serious. You rather hate me. But I'm saying things that are there. Your supply chain. The supply chain. Go back and do your work. People must be arrested. And I think one of the things is that when you see, there were two financial years, 2019, 2020, 2021. You can differentiate here that these two people, there's something wrong. When you zoom into those two financial years, they will tell you. Go back and study that. They are going to tell you a history. Unfortunately, we will be regarded as bad, but the one of treason is unforgivable. And I think even the chair had said it. No one must go and be forgiven. And I think when I close, I'm going to request one thing. When you apply corrective measures, I'll say it like that way. Please use our acts, use our regulations. Because in most departments, your act as MEC, go and create done to defend their friends who are also stealing? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very
And
much.
sorry, before I close, and the last question is this one. When will we get a complete service delivery report in order to make your annual report reliable? Because this one is not reliable. We still have a long way to go. We expect that we'll go back and craft something which will be reliable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want to come back? Mbumbulu?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're giving me.
Yes, but
Yeah,
just be straight.
Yes, I wanted to say that let's go straight to the points from the documents. So if we are giving speeches and giving people's name and so on, I don't think it will assist us. But let's use the information at our disposal so that we get answers and then we go forward.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Isn't it that, okay, John, isn't it that you ask questions, you are going to give them chance to respond, so if you have follow-up, you'll come again.
Yeah.
They have not responded to what you have asked, remember? Is a new matter?
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah.
just
Chair.
a second.
Yes, in
Honourable
just a
Mapon,
second, Chair.
let's have one meeting,
In
please.
just a second, Chair. Chair, on Annexure F, dealing with lifestyle audit, I just have a few questions. One is that why didn't the department outsource the service to maybe SIU or maybe an external auditor or something, forensic investigator? And then number two, I see that this forensic investigation, it was supposed to investigate the 2019-2020 financial year. However, I see that this report, it was signed this year in January. So I really don't understand MEC or a report of 2019 signed in 2025. So maybe if you can just take me through that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, yeah, I left other questions. I thought maybe it would be raised by honourable members, but some of them were not raised, but others just for a matter of emphasis. Like on resolution 1 tender for feeding scheme. The recommendation is very clear that the MAC should provide a detailed report. And the status is saying that the MAC has since presented the detailed report to the House. According to my knowledge, as and when we were preparing, is that we are dealing with a resolution which were never implemented. And the last Scopa said the MECs or the executive authority will go and present the resolution to the House, progress on the resolution. And I was reliably informed that that never happened. Hence, we are on them, they back to Scopa and we are questioning those resolutions. So I'm just checking if I'm not misrepresenting the facts or there is a capturing error here. I'm reliably informed that these resolutions were never presented to the House. And that is why they are back to Scopa, now we're dealing with them. Secondly, the status continue to say we consider this resolution as having complied with. It can't be, it was raised, I just want to emphasize it. Because the very same Annexure A has recommendations, and one of the recommendations is to implement all those that they have indicated. So it means the process is still hanging and it needs to be taken further. So this sentence to say we take it as being implemented should be taken out because there are still implementations to be done. That's the first thing. The second thing is on Resolution 4 on investigations. The department have completed the investigation in all 14 cases related to the misappropriation of funds by non-profit organizations, and the last case was completed on the 28th of April 2022. Is there a report on this one? Is there a report on the cases and how they were dealt with, so that we have a proof that indeed it should be considered closed? But generally, what I'm observing with the report, one, the issue of dates. You will talk about an employee leaving the department. There is no date. So I think that needs to be looked into. And the other issue, maybe the last one, I think is related to the dates. When the employee is leaving the department, at least let's be favored with the date so that we are able to come with an informed decision in terms of tracking the progress of a particular issue. Because if for example, he has left last week, and if the official has left 3 years ago, when we deliberate, I don't think it will be the same. Even the outcome of the discussion will not be the same. So I think dates are very important. And on resolution 4, the issue of compliance, MSC, I'm having a very serious issue with the issue of non-compliance. That is why in my remarks I said it's deliberate. We can't have so many cases of non-compliance when we've got a legislation. So I think this must be taken very serious. Still on compliance, there is somewhere in the report. I'm not sure. Maybe let me just raise it because it's related. When we come to that, I will also refer to it and say it has been dealt with. Where the report is talking about consequence management could not be instituted because there was a new employee or a new accounting officer. It is there, and I want to link it with the capacity as you raised yourselves, and the issue filling of vacant posts. I know that there is a specific period to fill the post in the department. When the post is vacant and is funded, within a particular period, it must be filled. Why are you not complying with that particular issue? Because we believe that it is funded, and we are aware that there is the Treasury Note 7 and all those things. But have you made submission to say we've got this vacant post which has been there for 6 months, and according to law it must be filled? That's the first thing. And when we raise the issue of not being able to institute consequence management because of a new manager, for example, so it means every time there is a new person, every time there is a transition, the department will stuck in terms of moving forward with the issues. And because there is always a movement, people always move. They work 3 months and go. Another one comes 6 months, gone. And it's very prevalent. I can see with your report, it's very prevalent within your department. So if you allow that situation to happen, that every time there's a new person, the things reverse, then it's going to affect your operations within the department negatively throughout. So I'm raising this even as an advice to say you must have a way of managing the department so that there is continuity. I mean, the requirement of a post is the same, even if it can be occupied by different people. The requirement is the same. So there's no need to have that instability. Thank you very much, and you can respond.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me start by appreciating all the questions and inputs from the honorable members, which for me, it's a sign and also a commitment on the side of honorable members to execute their responsibility as dictated to by the Constitution. Honorable Chair, in your welcoming remarks, you indicated that this public hearing, it's viewed or listened to on number of media platforms. And I also want to put it on record here, Honorable Chair. Of course, appreciating the fact that when I joined this department, I also learned that there were many issues that I must provide leadership on for the stability and also to fast-track service delivery to our people. But I want to assure honorable members, the report we are presenting before you, regardless of the fact that in other areas you might be picking up some gaps, we are trying our best to be honest to this important committee of the legislature. Because if seated here as the political head of the department, I allow misleading information to be provided before you, I will as well be making a fool of myself. Before I became the MEC, I was sworn in as the member of the legislature. So I want to assure honorable members that we welcome your wisdom and guidance, but we don't have any deliberate move to mislead honorable members, because if we do so, we are still going to meet at the legislature and you will still be hard on me if I don't, or if I allow the collective I'm working with to bring misleading information. And by bringing misleading information, we can as well be taken to something that the department might not celebrate, because this portfolio committee has all the powers. So I wanted to give that assurance, Honorable Chair. I will touch on some few key issues and then hand over to the acting HOD and the collective. Honorable Chair, one other thing that we don't want to really hide, it's something that we are very much vocal about it. Because even when I was appointed to be the MEC by the Premier, we were as well afforded opportunity to make presentation before the legislature when we were presenting the budget. If you can still get access of the budget speech for the department, we indicated in terms of the capacity challenge that this department that I'm now leading is the department that is sitting with 48% in terms of the administration component, which means there's a lot of work to do. And I want to agree with honorable member who indicated, Honorable Mabucha, that this department is having many legacy issues. They are there. And I also want to say this to honorable members. Still, when we go to the priorities of the 7th administration, the issue of building the capacity of the state is still there, because we still have got many challenges. We have not yet arrived. And we can't appear before you and want to pretend as if all is well. The issue of capacity and also the frequent change at the top management has really brought all the challenges in this department. And we agree with you. We have noted, Honorable Chair, that there's a need for us to, you know, when you were making inputs when it comes to the packaging, to be honest with you, I thought when we arrive here you will give us credit. But I've realized that we have not passed. It means all the areas where you have flagged, either in terms of pages, in terms of arrangement of our annexures. We will make sure, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that in future when we appear, we will bring an improved document. Because if you don't arrange your annexures in a proper way, it is as well, it sends a message that maybe we are hiding something or we want to confuse honorable members. And on that one, I want to apologize. It was not deliberate. Because even on my side, I said to the administrators, I'm telling you in terms of packaging, we have done well because even our annexures, but I've realized here that we have not yet reached 100%, and we are assuring you that that one we will try our best to address it. Honorable Chair, we take also your advice and also your guidance as our leader that we can't say resolutions have been concluded until such time we present them before the House. The acting HOD is here together with the team, even the parliamentary officer is here. We will make sure we request through programming committee that we be allowed to come and present resolutions that we should have done so, presenting before the House. That one, Chair, we will try our best. Where there are some gaps, we'll try our best to make sure that we close those gaps. It is true, honorable members, that unwanted expenditure in this department, it's something that we have put systems in place, Honorable Chair, because number of cases that are there, number of wrongdoings that are there within the department, they point to mostly to unwanted expenditure, either in the form of irregular or in the form of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So it's something that we are trying our best to get our house to be in order. Non-compliance is something that we cannot really promote. I'm sure the honorable members, you have noted that we have the area of irregular expenditure where all the processes were done by national department. The issue of the Department of Health, I think you will give more clarity and also point to the letter, even if Honorable Smali is no longer with us here. I also want to come to the issue of the non-filling of critical positions. When I get in the department, Honorable Chair, it was my priority. You can't celebrate while unemployment rate in the province, in the country, it's something that all of us, we are saying, it can no longer be tolerated. When I joined the department, already we advertised and appointed, I think there were 33. Right now, we have been trying to follow processes and procedure, as Honorable Smali has said. Even if you have the budget, you don't just wake up and say we are advertising. There's a committee called the Provincial Personnel Management Committee, We call it PPMC. You will make submission as the department. We are awaiting for their approval. I was informed that they were in their meeting last week. We submitted almost 189 positions, inclusive of the senior management post. Because when you want to see, Chair, that we mean business, when I joined the department, Medudu was the acting HOD. But we realized we don't have capacity. Dr. Slapelo, we requested the Premier to make a secondment so that we don't continue to run the department going down. And we can see that things have started to improve. So filling of critical positions, it's something that we are working on it. Like I said, Honorable Chair, I think the issue of depending, or those that I'm not responding to, you will be able to respond, the HOD and the team. The underspending is treason. For me, Honorable Mapulo, you want to send a clear message that we are running the PES. When we receive the budget from Treasury, the budget belongs to our people. We are implementing the budget on their behalf. Once we underspend, it means we are also contributing in causing problems for our people, something that must not be tolerated. We are trying our best. The issue of internal policies, you know, this democratic government, it's something that really, if we can be focused and follow the rules, we can't go wrong. There's a provision for annual review of the policies. So it might be ignorance on the part of the MEC, which I'm not going to do. And I take the advice to say, policies are there. These policies must be reviewed. You might be saying it in another language, but you are just making emphasis to say, where there are policies, don't run the department and just do things that you can't understand. Because when you are there, you represent all of us seated here as honorable members. Hence I'm saying, Chair, I really appreciate it. And we will keep on improving. Other areas which needs details, the HOD and the collective will be able to respond. And let's make sure we respond to all questions raised by honorable members. That's my plea, because all of us were taking notes. In case you miss something, I will be able to remind you, because I was as well taking notes. With your permission, Honorable Chair, can I then hand over to the acting HOD?
Thank you.
It's Martin Setlapelo, the acting head of department.
Yes.
It's Dr. Martin Setlapelo,
It's not honorable.
the acting head of department. Honorable Chairperson, I think I would like to just re-emphasize the point made by the MEC with respect to us as a department, to then say that in preparing our responses, we have made every effort to be as truthful and try to find as much references and for the documents that we provide to support the points that we are making. I also want to just expand a little bit on the file a little bit, because I think it is important for us to then understand something about the file. But before, I think I would like to just acknowledge the recommendation by Honorable Mabuja around the pagination of paging everything from page 1 to the last part, because that is indeed a recommendation that is well accepted. I just want to say, besides that, there were just one or two errors in the file that we became aware of after the file was submitted, which I just want to then deal with firstly. For example, on page 9 of the actual report, not any of the what you call, right? We are saying that the responsible party is a particular HOD there. Now, if you look at that response, we mentioned the name of the HOD, it's on page 39. We said the responsible party is Ms. Mafubebi D. Now, that specific matter in relation to accountability, when the resolution was made, she was actually the head of department, but she's not the cause of the fruitless, because the fact is that that issue has not, the investigation has not been completed. The second error is on page 30. It's just a typo because we talk about a number there on page 30, but consistently we've used, it's the last number in the third column. Consistently we've written the full amount, but there it appears like we are saying it's 4,629. It's actually 4.6 million. But in the main document, it is reflected correctly. Sometimes when the accountants write, they would write the 3 zeros up there, and sometimes, so that is how it was lost in transcription. And also, in Annexure I, there is a last document there. That document does not belong to that annexure. It's like a report from BAS. That report is supposed to be in Annexure K. It's part of those BAS reports. And then in Annexure J, there is a document that is irrelevant to this hearing at all. It was not supposed to be even in the file. The first document in Annexure J, which talks to summer school uniform and so on. It has nothing to do with the hearing. In actual fact, it should just be scrapped. Those are the only errors that we are aware in that. Now, in relation to what Honorable Smale had then commented on in the arrangement of the file, Annexure A is a report. It is a stand-alone report. The reference to the annexures have nothing to do with the rest of the document. You will notice that that report was written in 2014. And therefore, when we included it, unfortunately, Chairperson, we did not include the annexure in the whole report at all. It is because those annexures include statements from witnesses around that investigation. Unfortunately, we may have made a mistake by not including them because our initial position was that they may sort of compromise some of the issues when we then deal with the issues. Hence, we didn't include the annexes. The report itself was just a confirmation to say the report is done and completed, rather than simply saying this is what the outcome is. We will deal with that report slightly later. What I would like to start dealing with is the issue of Pashasela Tole. There was a number of questions raised around Pashasela Tole. and asked by different honorable members. Now, at the highest level, there are two elements related to Pashaslato. The first element relates to accountability for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The second element relates to how do we extricate ourselves from the act of building a state property on somebody else's private land. We will deal with the two elements separately. In relation to the accountability, it also addresses the question that is asked, why are we asking the Department of Public Works to do the investigation? It is because the land itself was acquired by the Department of Public Works. It is the employees inside the Department of Public Works who managed that process on behalf of the Department of Social Development. And therefore, in order to find the culpability, the department is then saying the Department of Public Works should be the one that is assisting the department to find out who is the responsible party in the department. Because in the Department of Social Development, it is primarily the department that would then have said the department gets accountability because the Department of Public Works is the agent in that case of the Department of Social Development, and hence the Department of Social Development has to then keep on following. Honorable Chair, we acknowledge that when we then followed up with the Department of Public Works, we did not follow up frequently enough. And we will continue to address that aspect of not following up frequently enough to deal with the issue. With regards to the issue of how do we extricate ourselves from that, the department has not been sitting still about it. It's just that in terms of the resolution, the aspect of the response was dealing with this aspect of accountability. The aspect of how do we extricate. I will then request the legal colleague, please get nearer to a mic, to then explain where we are, what we have done so far, and where we are currently, to try to then be able to go back to Pachaslatole so that we can use it for the function in which it was built. Yes.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Honorable members, on the second element of my name is Mpoka Abai, Senior Legal Admin Officer for the department. On the second element of Hapashaslatol, as a department, we have expropriated that piece of land, and the expropriation has been completed, and the building now is in possession of the department. We even outsourced a security service to look after the building. And the outstanding issue at the moment is the issue of rezoning that area. In terms of Fetakomu Tubatu Municipal Land Use Scheme, that piece of land, it has been zoned as an agricultural land. So the department, with Office of the Premier and the Department of Public Works, has appointed a service provider who's assisting us in rezoning that piece of land so that we can take back our stuff to that building. Thank you, Chair.
Don't give away that stick. Because Dr. Martin Setlapelo, the acting head of department. The next aspect, which I think he will also be the responsible party to deal with, deals with this annexure A of the things that happened at the place of safety, the contract for food. There were quite a number of questions to say. The recommendation says you must collect the money for that company. It relates to that company that was benefited unfairly from that contract. How far are we on that one?
Through you, Chair, my name is Mpokabai, Senior Legal Admin Officer for the Department of Social Development. On the issue of the company, what happened there, we instructed the Office of the State Attorney to trace the company because the company was closed or it was voluntarily liquidated. Then the report that we got was that the company is no longer in existence. And in fact, there were two companies. The other one was liquidated. Then the same people registered a new company under a new name. And by the time when we tried to recover, then the time frame was affected by prescription as well. And we discussed that with the Office of the State Attorney, of which they have confirmed in writing. I think it will be part of the annexures where they advise the department that they cannot continue and pursue the claim against that particular company.
Dr. Setlapelo, again, you can have a chair, but I would like Mr. Tovejani to just confirm the annexure number for that report from the State Attorney, if we have it in the annexure. All right, if whilst he's still looking at the annexure number, so that the committee members can be apprised of the annexure number for that specific aspect. I would like to then deal with the issue of some aspects related to consequence management. We have talked about the ones of Mpumalanga, Department of Treasury and Public Works. Those are the only investigations that are dependent on other people at this stage. And then there was a question that what happens when somebody resigns and what are the prescripts as required? There are two possibilities. If the matter is a purely labor relations matter, what people would call the standing of the department and of government in relation lapses at that point. However, some of the issues reflect a criminal conduct. And when there is criminal conduct, the department then has to ensure, even before the person actually has left the department, because the issue of labor relations and criminal issues are separate and they need to be followed up separately. So therefore the department should follow up that person criminally. But from a labor relations point of view, there is not anything that the department can do to deal with that specific individual who has resigned in terms of labor relations, except the fact that that person may appear elsewhere in government, particularly if that person is a what do we call it, Public Service Act employee. And therefore, once the department, normally if the department had already started with the disciplinary process at that time, when they would actually mark it in PESAL, so that when that person tries to apply again, then the issue is then can be resurrected in that stance. I do hope it then deals with that specific aspect. The issue of the non-profit organizations, the reports are there. I am loath to say we will provide all of them to the committee at this stage, but we do have them. The reason why I am loath is that in one or two of those cases, there are criminal cases that the department has launched a report with the police to then investigate. And then I suspect we will then double check that to then go out on public and then give out those investigations report may actually compromise the police investigation. I don't know how we can then deal with it to deal with that. But those investigations have been done and then they have been completed. In relation to maybe what we will do, we will write a report to explain those investigations without then compromising the integrity for those that are related to the police. Then the issue about the capacity of the department, the MEC has mentioned a lot of issues around the capacity. I just want to embellish it in 2 points. Is that there was a question around the funding of the department, that the vacancies in the department and the challenge of the department is that initially the department could not have filled some of the posts because of the money that is available to the department. And it is after a lot of engagement with Treasury, again, which then, as members of the House would realize that even in the budget adjustment, there was additional money allocated to the department, which then was able to allow the department to rearrange its finances in relation with the available funds. And for that reason, there is a process of filling those posts that are vacant. In relation to the funded vacancies, actually the advert had closed, I think, on the 29th of November. There were about 68 posts that were funded in our books, for which the advert has been closed, and we are in the process of filling them. There is, however, a big challenge because of the fact that after that advert was issued, we used the system. There were more than 450,000 people who applied for those 61 posts. And therefore, the processing of those applications may take a little bit of time for us to deal with that. The part that the MEC has mentioned around the other additional posts, it's part and parcel of the processes that we will then deal with. We will provide the dates for the people who have left the department, specific dates on which those people have then left the department. There is an issue of money that could not be recovered. Right? Some of that. In broad, there are 2 categories for that money. The one category is our relationship, or the people who owe us, being the Independent Development Trust, who was the implementing agent for the department. The other party was the bursaries that the people owe us.
Okay. Apologies. HOD.
I'm sorry for interjecting, but I think the HOD is on question 2 now.
Yeah.
Unless if I'm wrong.
In some cases, this will overlap. Remember, some of them are recurring. Some of these issues, they are recurring.
Ask about it.
Yeah.
No, there was a question about the something million.
13 million.
Yeah.
There was a question asked about, it's Martin Sesapelo, the HOD. I was dealing with the question that was asked about the million that we were not able to recover. But maybe we will deal with it at that point. Because what I wanted to do with that issue about the recovery, maybe if we deal with it now, when we then come to the second follow-up question, it might be addressed or not.
Yeah. Maybe let's reserve it for question 2, because I believe that there will still be other questions related, so you will be forced to deal with it again. So for now, let's reserve it and deal with question 2.
Okay. It's Dr. Sehlapelo, the HOD for the Department of Social Development. There was a question related to when we then deal with the issue around this consequence management, the Department of Health. Apologies, Chair. The Department of Health. The documentation is in Annexure B. Not only the response from the Department of Health, if we go in Annexure B itself, Annexure B has a number of documents. The first document is the document from the department dated 2023. From the Department of Health dated 2023, followed by one from the department, the other document also. If you continue paging there is and this is where the recommendation by Honorable Mabuja would have come into the picture. If we go to that page, there is a letter from the department there which explains that aspect. And that letter is also followed up by other reports from Provincial Treasury and the legal opinion that related to the whole matter. So there was a question as to, can you please give us the letter from the Department of Health? It's already there in Annexure B, including the relevant legal opinion with the names of why we will not be able to probably succeed in following that specific individual. There were pointed questions around where the department wants to be in relation to the audit outcomes and those type of issues, and those are also related. The department does want to get a clean audit. There are, however, those challenges that we have mentioned, and yeah, let me probably not expand there just to say what is the prognosis. But what the department is doing is to develop, there are, for example, in relation to the financial statements, this financial preparations team and manual there is helping us to deal with the financial statements. In relation to the issue about performance management, it's a big challenge for the department, and hence the importance. And sometimes we look at it from the point of view of people being responsible. But at the end of the day, you find that the department has supervisors in the different municipalities and so on. And many of those positions are also vacant. They are part and parcel of this group of posts that we want to appoint. And for as long as we don't fill those posts and get that level that optimizes the reports that comes to the top. Because what then happens is that these reports come from the work of individual social workers at service points. And when this individual social worker writes a report or does some work and then report to the next supervisor, if that level of supervision is not in place, there is likely to be cracks there, which will then be dealt with. Then there was a question about imbalance between the performance of the department and the budget. What is the relationship? In most cases, there are times where the department may perform well in certain aspects without expending more of the budget. And that relates to an understanding of what they call the fixed cost of the department and the variable costs. There are certain services where to provide a specific service, you have a base cost. So when you then increase the number of beneficiaries for that type of service, it may not necessarily change the cost structure. But there are others where there is a cost and service delivery related. So that is generally the response which one can then go deal with in the detail. There was a question around the colleagues who conducted business with the state, and we have not finalized the investigation. Chairperson, we will expedite that specific investigation to make sure that we deal with that specific matter. Okay, I will ask the CFO to deal with some of the questions, particularly the questions that dealt with the there are two questions that I will ask the CFO to deal with. The one that deals with the reports to Scopa being presented to Treasury, but also with the lifestyle audit. Why did we decide not to outsource it?
Thank you, HOD. My name is Matume Matlala. I'm the CFO in the department. Honorable Chairperson, the question was asked by Honorable Mabocha about why didn't the department outsource the lifestyle audit. The challenge that we had in the department, it was in terms of the budget allocation. The department did not have enough budget allocation. In some cases, we were not able to pay invoices on the last month of the financial year because the budget would have been exhausted. So we had budget challenges in the department, basically, in terms of doing this lifestyle audit, because the information that we got from the risk or people that who were targeting to do the lifestyle audit, they were too expensive for the department, so we could not proceed with them in terms of doing that lifestyle audit. So the risk outside, and other state and other state entities that we approached could not help us. They said they are not doing the lifestyle audit, so we could not proceed with outside people. Then I think the other issue that I just want to elaborate on it was the clarity on Department of Health not implementing outcomes of investigation, setting prescription. I just want to, the HOD has already said it, but majority of those issues, I think it was around 31 million if I'm not wrong, they actually happened when the department was still with Department of Health. And in most cases when we were conducting these investigations, it was impossible to get the whole documentations of what happened. So that's why it took long to finally conclude those investigations. But as he said, the reports are attached as an annexures. So those were some of the challenges. It's not that we were not, we delayed intentionally. It's just that in some cases we did not have documentations because you will understand we'll have to go to Health, Department of Health Registry and try to find files of those documents, but we could not find them. The issue of us submitting reports to Treasury, we do submit reports to Treasury as and when they are required. We submit both the Scopa, the internal audit action plan, and also the external audit action plan. So we do submit to Treasury. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe still on the issue of lifestyle audit, there was also a question that the document that you have provided was signed in January. Does that mean, because this resolution was about 4 or 5 years ago, was it not being dealt with by that time? Or you just receive questions and say, oh, there's a question on lifestyle, let's develop something. I mean, somebody can just think that, but if it was done at that particular time, maybe 2019, 2020, and so on, you were just going to retrieve the document which was long signed and then include it. So that is why there's a question, it's questionable to say, why is it signed January? A resolution of 2019.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Florence Bufero Ratsirani, MEC for Social Development. Honorable Chair, while I was responding, I appreciated the input by Honorable Sman while he was indicating that the challenge of inability to follow processes and procedure. And he even cited the letter written by the MEC but signed by the CFO. So it comes back to capacity, because if the report was processed during that time and the one who was there, who was supposed to have signed the report is not signed, it's as well create a challenge, but acting HOD, you can as well come in.
Dr. Sehlapelo, HOD, I will request Mr. Ramalepe, I always call him by another name that he doesn't know, he's our CRO, to assist in this aspect, and then I can add if necessary.
Thank you, HOD. My name is Secretary Simon Ramalepe. I'm the Chief Risk Officer in the department. On the issue of the signing of the document of the lifestyle audit, maybe a little bit of a background is that we do lifestyle audit every year in terms of the guideline from DPSA. So while sure if I check with my colleagues, it's a very recent resolution, which at the time when we did it, we did the lifestyle audit at the level of the SMS. And then the lifestyle audit at the level of the one that came from the Scopa, which was specifically for SCM officials. And the guideline says that the SCM official, they should be, the lifestyle audit, it must be done after every 2 years in terms of that guideline. And what happened was that we did have the lifestyle audit that was done. The guidance in that regard, Chairperson, was the issue around the scrutiny report, which I think it gets to be submitted at the level of the Public Service Commission. So at the time when we did it, it was also just to comply with the what you call it, the scrutiny report, which we received sometimes in September, October, if I'm not mistaken, in the Thank you.
Maybe let's allow them to finish first, because I can see that they're still having other questions to respond to.
Yes.
Unless
No, I just want to do a quick follow-up. I'm Dr. Sehlapelo, the HOD. I just happen to know that in my previous role in the Office of the Premier, I do know that different departments had requested us to engage with the SIU to conduct specific lifestyle audit reports, where the SIU, that the Office of the Premier were to then engage with the SIU to establish a framework and working relationship. And in terms of that specific engagement that we had in Office of the Premier with the SIU, it was very clear that if you were to do a wholesale lifestyle audit of like all the SMS members or all the what you call it will just be quite exorbitant. And what we then also advise departments to do is that they should actually use them, but on a selective basis. In other words, when they look at their own internal processes that they have done with, then they will figure out those specific individuals that require further investigations. And it is those that they can then outsource the work. Because other than that, you will find that you will pay something like 30,000 or 100,000 per individual to do that, because they would then have to get some people outside their office and so on. So it's really going to be, and that is just, so you don't want to actually do a wholesale part of it in that sense, unless there is really a crisis. I'm not too sure. I think, let me see if there is a question that we missed.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupero Florence Ratzilani, MEC for Social Development. I think in terms of the questions raised by honorable members, we have tried our best to respond to their questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there still follow-up? And please, let's be short and let it be a follow-up. Straight to the question, because we were looking at the time. Lunch. Did you go with that?
Thanks, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, maybe let me start with the last one. Yeah, lifestyle audit. I think, Chair, Mr. Ramalepo was speaking just a lot of English. The truth of the matter is that report was supposed to be expunged from this file. Because that report, I think it belongs to another financial year. Maybe the financial year is at a later stage. That's where you can put that report in it. Because what was requested from the department was that a lifestyle audit in the financial year 2019-2020. So this report that is in this document, key report Yeah, 2022, 2023. I think it's for another financial year. But for this purpose, that report, unfortunately, Chair, it has to be expanded. Therefore, it means that there's a report that is not included in this bundle, yeah, lifestyle audit. So maybe through our coordinators, maybe the department will give us that report, or they'll just tell us we didn't do it. But Chair, we understand the cost implications in affecting lifestyle audits, and more especially if it's a state-owned entity that's saying it's going to even go towards 100,000. That money should go for service delivery. But Chair, that is one service that we can't turn a blind eye on. Otherwise, there'll just be a rampage looting in departments. So I don't know whether through treasury or what, but because Rena is Scopa, that is one of the things that we want. We want thorough assessment of the people who are dealing with. So I will move from this one of lifestyle. I will go to Annexure A. In that Annexure A, Chair, we are told about certain documents that have got legal implications because the legal implications, I'll come to them. This one's it's people whose companies, they called the guy from legal. He said, no, this matter is prescribed, so there's nothing we can do. No, there's something you must do. It can't end there. If there's someone who unduly benefited from the coffers of the poor people of South Africa and Limpopo, there are still options that you can pursue. If you can't pursue him legally, have you blacklisted? Have you followed the money? Blacklist those people. They must not do business with a government until they pay us that money. If they can know that the department is intending on blacklisting you, and to some certain extent declare them delinquents because they're unable to honor their commitments, those people will come running with your money and say, department, here's your 500,000. So please, it can't end there. We don't want to be told it is prescribed and there's nothing we can do and throw our hands in the sky. There must be some follow-up action and decisive action. Number two, on partial, Chair. No, it's not.
I
no.
said you must be. You must
I'm brief. I'm trying to be
just
super.
Yeah.
Move at a supersonic speed. On partial, Chair, this issue of partial, Khaledre, we're told this expropriation, what? Can we see that evidence of expropriation? Because I'm afraid, Chair, we'll come back next year and we'll be told, the landlord of partial, that PTO, he has kicked out the employees of the department. So, Chair, let us, when we deal with matters, let us have all the proof, all the necessary proof. And then on the last one, this is the last one of NPOs. This is the one that I said, Chair, that we understand the matter is still sub judice, and there are some criminal activities, police, what. But the department cannot just fold its arms and say, it's there with police, we'll see. We'll see what the police say, or we'll read in newspapers, or what. The department has got an obligation to make follow-ups with police. I don't think that the department has only one case. There are many cases that the department has to report or has already reported. Therefore, Chair, we're requesting that the department, next time when they meet us, they must have those things. So, these are the cases that we have reported. This is the follow-up. Your legal and your risk must know that when they are supposed to meet Scopa, I don't want to talk about portfolios. When they are about to meet Scopa, they must go to police maybe a month before. Agree our timetable is issued well in advance. They must go there, say, hey, we need a report. Make an affidavit there, we need to submit. It needs to be part of our package. So that when we come here, at least we know that there's something that the department is doing. So Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Macheta.
That's fine.
You are covered, Honorable Matata.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm still Mantata Mahasela. I understand that the CFO just, responded, and he responded positively on the question that I asked about submitting the Scopa report to the Treasury for assessment. He said yes, they are doing that every time. But I also said, if that is the case, please provide us with proof of evidence. And I said as soon as possible. That's that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I think the contribution or follow-up made in the main were just recommendations. And what must the department do? Because our approach is that we, and I said it in my remarks, that our responsibility is to trace the resolutions. And we don't want to come next year, sit here and still talk about Pasha's Slato. We don't want to come here and still talk about the tender. We don't want to come here and still talk about the prescribed cases. We want to deal with these cases this financial year, and we'll have resolutions that 2022, 2023. And remember, these resolutions are not for 2022, 2023. The 2022, 2023, we have got the report. We're still going to come up with the resolutions as we're getting into the regular expenditure and whatever. This, for 2014, 2015, you'll notice, don't be confused. So it has been long that these issues have been on the table. So our approach as Scopa this time is we are making this recommendation so that getting out of this meeting, you will know that we are saying on the issue of a feeding scheme, as much as we are saying it is prescribed, you can still go and do something about it. At the end of the day, the public must know what has happened to that. It must come to finality. And the issue that is worrying about the prescribed, that's why I started with it. Because I could see that it is coming time and again, more than 3 times. And that is why I was saying, but it looks like people are managing some other things with this prescribed, because you can easily manage. You can still delay 2 years lapses and then delay this. So, but what the recommendation by Honorable Mabuja is that we can still do something about this issue. And on the issue of police, the NPO and police cases, this is a public interest issue. We don't say we need to publish, or the police have to give, or you give information that can compromise the investigations. But there are basic effects that you need to favor Scopa with. That is what we are saying. The case number, so that if we want to do a follow-up, we can easily go to the police station and say, is it true that this case has been opened? That is what we are saying. Yeah. In fact, I want you to summarize on your behalf, but if you think I've not covered everything, you can come in.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulfero Florence Rajirani, MEC for Social Development. I think you manage, Honorable Chair, to make a very good summary of the key recommendations that will then assist the department to deal specifically with legacy issues that are there, because I fully concur with you. We need to find time to close all these cases, and where we need to submit the report, we're taking notes. We know the reports that must still be submitted without jeopardizing the investigations, ongoing investigations by police, but we have to account as the department. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. And that closes question 1. And it is 8 minutes to 2. I think we need to go to lunch. This issue has dragged for a long time. But like you indicated, MEC, you are noting all these recommendations for the unresolved resolutions. We are going to have our quarterly meetings. We are going to request the legislator to schedule us quarterly meetings, whereby we will request progress report on legacy resolutions. So it means going out of this meeting, we must start.
Yes.
We will need a progress report. And I usually say, now I don't take it as a progress. For example, when you say on disciplinary, there is this case, disciplinary process underway. That is not a progress. Progress will say, we have constituted a disciplinary hearing, a disciplinary committee. They have interviewed the witnesses, and we are at the stage where we want to finalize the. You see, that is. I'm just giving an example on a very simple case. So in some cases, when you want progress, they say a progress met. Where progress? Where are we? So in the next quarterly meeting, we will request at least just to tell us what is it that you have done, or where are you in terms of the issues that you have raised, considering the recommendations and the advice that were given by the members. So if we can adjourn now, can we come back at 2:30? The hearings then adjourned until 2:30. Thank you very much. reconvene. Let's reconvene and welcome back from lunch and hope that you enjoyed your meals. We are going to request Honorable Nampuluni to take us through question 2.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nampuluni Colbert, a member of Scopa. Question 2 in page 24, irregular expenditure. As Tweeting Authority on page 170 on the annual report, the department incurred irregular expenditure for the current year amounting to 4.629 million. Cumulative irregular expenditure as at 31st March 2023 amounts to 36,316 million. The question: why did the accounting officer allow the department to incur irregular expenditure? And then question B, 2B in page 27, provide the breakdown of the irregular expenditure. Question C, page 28, who are the responsible officials? And page 31, D, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? E, at the very same page, 31, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the other responsible officials? F in page 32, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let me see.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Furupelo Florence Rajilani, MEC for Social Development. I will request Acting HOD Dr. Stapelo to respond.
Thanks, MEC. Thanks, Chairperson. I am Dr. Setlapelo, the HOD for Department of Social Development. In relation to question A, why did the accounting officer allow the department to incur irregular expenditure? Our response is that the department does not have the records clarifying why the then accounting officer justified the procurement leading to irregular expenditure as outlined in the table below. Chairperson, if it pleases you, the table is there. It provides per individual item, what is the financial year, what is the amount, and what is actually the reason for that specific irregular expenditure. And then dealing with subsection B on page 27, provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure. It is the same report without the explanation of why. It provides what is the actual amount for each and every financial year for the irregular expenditure with the figures provided in the report. And in relation to the subsection C, who are the responsible officials, the table that follows provides a specific year, the specific amount, and the officials and their names are provided in the last column there. For the record, Chairperson, on page 30, that is the error I was relating to in terms of the number 4 5.629, that it is in millions, not in just a thousand there. And sub-question D, what actions did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? Chairperson, we have the response, the first part, we have already dealt with it in question 1. That this is the one that deals with the letter from the Department of Health in Annex B, that there was no action at that stage. And in terms of the accounting officer and in terms of the execution officer could not take action against the accounting officer in terms of appointment of security service providers who did not score the highest point, as the investigation report could not explain any elements of malicious intent, fraud, misconduct, corruption, or crime in the role players of the BAC members. The investigation report is then attached in Annex I. What action did the accounting officer take about the CFO and other responsible officials? That is actually the same response as above there. And in terms of sub-E, in terms of sub-F, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The department is ensuring that all committee members of the bid specification committee, the bid evaluation committee, and the bid adjudication committee are capacitated before the execution of their duties to avoid the recurrence of this anomaly and them claiming that they didn't know. The department will ensure that consequence management is applied on all officials who are found to be violating any prescript of the legislations, as they would have no reason not to comply. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to allow members to ask questions where they don't understand. But maybe let me start with the very same question on the first question on question 2A, where you are talking about firstly there is the first issue of procurement of a school uniform, that the accounting officer was implementing the exemptions which aimed at empowering the NPO. But I'm confused by the third column, where you are saying bid documents for 2 losing bidders were not submitted to the AGSA, and there are amounts there for 2,930 and 11,603. So my confusion, maybe this is just a clarity seeking, to say, are these bid documents related to the two contracts above? And if not, they were just losing bidders. Did we incur 2.9 million and 11 million? That's my frustration. I really don't understand what is happening here. And then the other thing is on page 29, whereby you are mentioning the names of responsible officials, but we would appreciate if we know the positions of these officials. Yeah, honorable members, do you have questions? Honorable Mapolo?
Okay, thanks, Chair. Mine is on capacity building of the employees within the department. so I don't know as to whether it should be relevant, but you know, the quality of whatever courses that they will be undergoing.
Any other question?
Yes. Yes, Chair. I'm going to be.
Honorable Mabucha, you must raise your hand.
Oh, I raised.
Okay, all right, you are noted, you are recognized, and then we are noting the hand of Honorable Nambumbulu. Yeah, continue. Honorable Mabucha, you can continue.
Oh, I thought it's Nampumbulu. Okay, Chair. I just wanted to check with the department. This issue NPO is that one that we spoke about. So this one I'll just leave it then. And then number 2, Chair, I find it very strange that such a senior official within the department can claim ignorance. Because one thing for sure, ignorance is not an excuse. So we expect that the HOD or the accounting officer is well conversant with all the laws related to the department and most of the laws in the country and all the laws that have got to do with money. So it's quite strange, MEC. MEC, but Chair, it's quite strange, or the HOD can tell us such things. So Chair, one thing that I've recognized in this department, there is no, okay, maybe I don't know about now because we're still going to come to this financial year, but this financial year is going down. There was no form of accountability. People are just doing as they please, and then they will just say, we don't know, or this other way. Yeah, then they will resign from the department and then there will be no consequence. So I think we need to be seriously clarified on this one. And then the second one is on this inadequacies. No everything inadequate capacity, inadequate record management, inadequate control systems. Okay. What has the department, since there's a new acting HOD and a new MEC and new CFO, so what is the department, how are they mitigating against these shortages, Chair? And then what steps have they taken to ensure that their supply chain officials are well conversant with the loss of supply chain? Because we'd expect them to be well conversant with such laws. And then lastly, Chair, I would like to check with the legal, or how is their relation with the state attorney? When they've got matters, are they satisfied with the way that the state attorney is handling their matters, or it's a gray area that they will still pay attention to? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Nampumbulani.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nampumbulani Tambeden Colbert. I have only 2 issues. The first one is this one for your filing system, HOD, MAC. That I don't understand how the documents, you can just lose the documents for those bidders who competed on a certain services. Then it just resulted in the irregular expenditure. That maybe your filing system is not just to lose those documents. For me, it's not fair because somebody is just want to cover the irregularities, but not by not availing those particular documents. For me, when I sit here, within a year, the documents is just vanished on the air. And the other one is what Honorable Mapaulo has said on the measures accounting officer put in place to avoid the recurrence of the anomaly. To capacitate the people, when you recruit the people to a certain positions, I mean, this is the basics for those who are in the supply chain management. That there is a certain amount of money, above that money, you go to the tender. As simple as ABC. That you pretend, the person pretend not to know, or if maybe there is decentralization without looking at the final figure. 15 million. And you do the quotation. And then it's only, you said only these people have to be retrained and so on. There are people who have the BCom and so on when they occupy that particular position, unless if they are recruited in a way which is normal at the department. But there's no way that if you are the supply chain manager, you are the supply chain official, you don't know these small issues. And what I recommend here is that not only the recapacitating of those officials, like it said, let's also look at the consequence management. And not only the retraining. We'll train until Jesus comes back, and the person will never change because there are something, an element of corrupt action. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other issue? Yeah, still on page 31. On the action taken, that there was no action taken because the investigation report could not establish any element of malicious intentions on the identification committees and the evaluation committees. I don't understand how is this a confusion. How can it be substantiated, or how can it be water? Because immediately there's non-compliance, there is malicious intention. You can't deliberately ignore all the regulations, and when the investigation was done, then the outcome say there's no malicious intention. Unless if you can convince us that indeed there was no capacity, they did not know, they were not taken through the documents, and if that was not done, how come did they end up being in such very critical committees? So the issue of saying there was no malicious intention and they were just warned, they were just cautioned and warned, verbally or through a disciplinary action, where you come to that conclusion that this is just a warning, or you just say, hey, you must never do that, after ignoring the law. There was malicious intention. So that this conclusion of the investigation, I don't think it is giving us the information that we need to hear.
Chair.
Yes,
just one element out of what you been saying. Is it possible for us to review illegally all the cases that have been wrongly handled? You know, I need to know. I'm in military. Is it possible to review all those cases that we feel they were not properly handled?
Yeah, thank you. Emerson?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulpero Florence Rajarani, MEC for Social Development. On the report where you have just indicated that names of officials are listed, but there are no positions attached, I think that one will update the report through the Secretary of Scopa. It will be able to reach your office because it's just to provide those positions of the listed names are there, they exist. The issue raised by Honorable Mapulo on the critical areas where the department it's weak in terms of human component or human capital. It's finance, risk, unless if things have changed. When I joined the department, if my memory serves me well, risk we've got only one person, or two, only two. You also check in terms of those warm bodies attached to records. Really, you can understand why the missing of some of the information, because if you don't have capacity, where you are supposed to have maybe 5 people, you have 1 or 2, it becomes a challenge. Hence, we have prioritized the issue of filling these vacant positions. Like I said before, it's just that there are processes and procedure to be respected before we can do that. We must be given go ahead. On the issue of ensuring that those who are there, those that we have appointed, must go through refresher courses. It's not something that we can say as the department we can opt to do it or not to do it. Because when you go to the Constitution of the Republic, which is the supreme law in the land, you check chapter 10 in terms of the basic values and principles governing public administration. There's a provision that good human resource management, career development practice to maximize human potential must be cultivated. That one of making sure that they are capacitated, it's something that is legislated. It will have to happen. But we also appreciate that the human element, the issue raised by Honorable Mabuja, you know, one other thing with the Scopa, you deal with the past and relying on evidence. And for us here, we can't sit here and start to say these are old matters, because we have learned that there's something called successor in title. You take full responsibility of everything, even in areas where you can't be able to get the information. You must still appear, you must still account, because it is true. You know, that's my argument from time to time to say, there are those who will say, this government is appointing people who are not competent enough. Let's have time, let's zoom in all departments, even if it's municipalities. Majority of people who are there, you will find that they have qualifications. But once they get in the system, they will just undermine things that are not supposed to be neglected. I was even saying to the CFO and the acting HOD, if we don't want ourselves to come and appear before the Scopa to be grilled, we must just do the right thing. Those who get clean audit, they don't appear here. Those who do things according to the book, they don't appear. But these shortcuts are the ones that are bringing us here. You are still dealing with 2022, 2023. We're still coming here. You will be shocked where people just sign things. And if someone is the accounting officer, you expect that person to be at another level. But it's unfortunate, but because we are dealing We can't shift and say we were not there. We have to account, but you will bear with us, Honorable Mabuchi. Some of the questions that we are raising to say why a person in this position, why the person cannot understand, to respond on behalf of that person, it might as well not be easy on our side. But by saying that, Honorable Chair, we are not saying we are not here to account, but it's something that is shocking. The head of department, but for me, where I'm sitting, I can see that we're starting to, and if you check that department, it was like it's a small department because we have this saying, even ourselves as leaders, we categorize these departments. There are those departments that are big, there are those departments that are small. And it will not do us good. Any department that is receiving budget, the budget that is presented at the legislature allocated by Treasury, it cannot be categorized as small. So something that as and when we execute our responsibilities, let us all be serious. So we are all this are exposed before you, Chair, and the honorable members, so that when you will be going to make your recommendation for all the departments, because other things will find that they affect all departments. What is it that you can recommend to assist this provincial government on some of the issues that have been there? What is it that really departments can be assisted? Because you are still going to get number of things that are similar to some of the issues we are dealing with here. Thanks. With your permission, Chair, let me request the acting HOD to respond on number of issues raised by honorable members.
Dr. Sehlapelo, the acting HOD for the department. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by the question that the Chairperson asked in relation to page 24, the lost documents and how they relate. The last row there on that page, which is the documents for 2 losing bidders were not submitted for audit purposes related to 14 million and so on. That list of documents is not related to the 2 top issues. And there is an implied question as to if the documents are lost, where did you get these numbers? And I will then request, I think maybe, is that Mr. Chiskawe or Mr. Tobejan, who can then provide a little bit of more context on this part, just to relate the numbers and where those figures come from.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairperson and members.
Your name, please?
My name is Naume Patrick Tovejan. Relating to the 2 losing bid documents, it was during the audit when AG requested to see those 2 losing bidders. However, the documents for the losing bidder were available, hence the figure there of 14 million. The reason for this finding is because the department failed to provide those documents for the losing bidders. Then AG decided to declare the whole transaction irregular. So efforts were made as we were sharing records with Department of Health during that time of the audit. And the Department of Health could not provide social development with those documents. Hence, we were declared the losing bidders. And we took also effort to request the advice from legal, wherein legal also stated that Since well the document cannot be found, and then the matter should be condoned. We then requested condonment to Provincial Treasury through PFMA compliance and reporting framework in terms of impracticality of submitting evidence when we request condonation. Thank you.
It's Dr. Sehlapelo, the acting HOD. Just to confirm the last part of it is that for those amounts on the first page, the Provincial Treasury have already condoned those figures as today. And then with regards to building the capacity of employees and the action plan related thereto, I will then just ask either the Director for Supply Chain to then talk about some of those aspects, because since this incident, there's been quite a different approach to making sure that capacity is provided. Ms. Lekulwane, can you just talk about the content of that, just broad, not like to say what does it include, that training? Thanks. It also, I'm Dr. Sehlapelo, the HOD. It also basically addresses who is the service provider and so on in terms of supply chain, in terms of that. It is both internal and provincial treasury. I would like the CFO to then deal with this part of these issues that deal with misfiling of documents and things like that, that led to the filing, to the finding for the 2020-2021 financial year. You can deal with the other issues as well.
Okay, thank you, HOD. My name is Matume Matala, CFO. Honorable Chair, the issue around inadequate records management, I think maybe it's an error from us to say inadequate records management. What basically happened here is there was a transaction that was done by one of our officials, and while she was still busy with the transaction, unfortunately she passed on. So the documents were in her office. When they were packing the documents in her office, unfortunately they also packed that missing document that we categorized it as missing, that we were not aware of. And the service provider, when he came to claim this money because he has already rendered the service, we couldn't find the documentation. But later on, when we were searching for it, we then found it, but already the transaction has already been paid because the service provider has rendered the service. Unfortunately, that was the unfortunate part of it, because the official had passed on and we were not able to find the documentation. But later, when we were searching throughout, we then managed to find the documentation. Unfortunately, it has already been classified as irregular expenditure because the financial year or the audit has already passed. So we could not then do anything, but we were able to submit for condonation just a misplace of this document. And I think there's one that we actually, the 118,000 that we are saying it was actually incorrectly classified as irregular expenditure, but it was contingency liability. It was not a regular expenditure. Yeah, I think those are the things. Thank you.
It's Dr. Sehlapelo again. Can Mr. Kabai deal with two questions? The one that is saying, what is our relationship with the state attorney? And also from a legal point of view, is it possible to review cases that were not properly handled, or there is a perception that that case was not properly handled?
Thank you, HOD. My name is Mpoka Bai, Senior Legal Admin Officer for the Department of Social Development. Yes, Chair, as a department, we do have a good relationship with Office of the State Attorney, and we also have a quarterly meetings with all provincial departments, including Office of the Premier, where we meet with both heads of the state attorneys from Toyando State Attorney and Polokwane State Attorney. And it's a platform where we normally raise issues with the Office of the State Attorney relating to our cases. And the second one, issue of reviewing investigations. Under exceptional circumstances, it's possible. Where there was maybe a loophole, or where certain things were not taken into consideration, or the evidence, necessary evidence came out later after the investigation, I think it's possible to review the investigation.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Dr. Sehlapelo again. There is one aspect that the CFO just requested me to just update on that question.
Thank you, HOD. My name is Matuna Matlana, the CFO. The question E that was raised by Honorable Chairperson, I just want to clarify on what happened on question E, 2E. What really happened is that there was a service provider that was appointed to provide security services on a number of facilities. So in the middle of the contract, the service provider then terminated the contract, stating that he is not able to continue. Then the department re-advertised the contract. When they were busy with evaluation and the BAC, they then there was then one service provider, I think 3 service providers who went through pricing, through to the final stage of evaluation. But the committee realized that the previous service provider terminated the contract, indicating the capability of managing all those centers. So when they then did the recommendation, they then first engaged with the service provider to say, if you happen to be the successful service provider, will you be able to manage to provide services in all those facilities? And the service provider indicated that he's not going to be able to manage all of them. So they then decided to give the service provider a certain number, not all of them. But because the second best and the third best, they were equal on points, then they decided to share the other part that the service provider has indicated, or is not going to be able to manage. So they decided to say because of experience of what happened. When you give one service provider the whole cake and they are not being able to manage. So they decided to share the cake among the two because they were equal in terms of points. But when AG was auditing, they then said this whole thing it then becomes irregular because they were supposed to give it to the first service provider. Though the service provider has indicated he's not being able to, he's not going to be able to manage. So it became irregular on that basis. When the report came, the report said, which is annexure I, it said the first service provider, the number one service provider, the eligible service provider to be given the whole work. So in terms of him being given part, that part should not form part of the regular expenditures, but the other part should form part of the regular expenditure, and we should then apply for condonation. That's where the report is saying the members of the BEC and BAC, he could not find any malicious intent, fraud, or misconduct. It was just the issue of saying, because of experience of what happened, and because the service provider is saying, I cannot be able to take the whole contract, so give me half, then you will see what to do with the other. So that's basically what happened.
It's Dr. Sehlapelo again. This long explanation, Chair, is addressing your question of why do we then want to accept why the investigation says there is no malicious intention, and because there was this specific explanation that is the CFO has then provided. I just also want to say that because when you read that report, it raises two questions which the investigator says that we are not able to, he was not able to fully finalize, and that the department should then request Provincial Treasury to give a final response around that. And however, as up until today, the department has not yet requested the Provincial Treasury for that, because the department was still planning to take this to the final misconduct court.
Until it is prescribed. But I'm still having a question to say, you know, it's very clear in terms of procurement management. The bid committees and the evaluation committees don't have such powers to just decide to say, hey, you can give me this and that. Who authorized that particular process? Because they had to go to the authority to say, we're in this situation. This service provider does not have capacity. And obviously, if he does not have capacity and they were even engaging him or her directly and did not engage others to check if they have capacity, it also have malicious intentions according to me. Why did they engage one and not engage others?
Okay. My name is Matumi Matana, the CFO. It is allowed, according to regulations, to engage the highest bidder through writing a letter to the highest bidder to say, if you happen to be appointed. We don't say you are appointed, but we say if you happen to be appointed, will you be able to render the service? So that's what they did. They wrote to the first service provider.
And he gave a recommendation, and they implemented the recommendation.
Yeah, he said he's not going to be able to render he can't take the whole bid because he doesn't have capacity to fully implement the whole.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupero Florence Ratirani, MEC for Social Development. Honorable Chair, I think your question still stands because you wanted us as the department to give clarity who authorized. And one can assume, since I was not there, that appointments letters in relation to service providers, the bid evaluation committee, bid adjudication committee, they will do their part. But the one with the final signature of appointment should be the accounting office. And seated here, we just assume there were engagements between the bid adjudication committee and the accounting officer, though we can't confirm, but the final word rests with the accounting office. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Are there still questions that need to be answered?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We managed to respond to all the questions raised by honorable members. Thank you, Chair.
Are we satisfied, honorable members? Let's go to that. Honorable Machete.
No, thanks. I just want to perhaps assist because the approach that which you are taking, it's not even equal to the kind of this meeting. Because I take it that this is a high-level meeting constituted by academics and all of that, but at the same time, we are grappling with smaller issues. We are reducing this meeting into something else. Perhaps we should recommend going forward that we can't sit here and talk about quotations for 15 million. We can't sit here and talk about consequence management if somebody did not do his work or her work. And therefore it means that action must be taken. Because we can't really, in the next sitting again, go through this exercise. It's a very important meeting, but the items that we're discussing should have been dealt elsewhere. And you are getting report in terms of how we've dealt with. And we're not talking about that. We're becoming a complaint session. I think I'm making that submission so that as and when we are going to deal with this question and other reports that will come before us, the department must be able to do its work before it comes to this level. You see, I'm seated here, I must argue that people who are academically equipped must go to a refresher course for capacity building. Of course, it's legislated and I agree with the MEC. But that is just but an add to what the requirement of that time what necessitated that person to be appointed. So we should come to a point where we say, perhaps we don't understand that the state is a permanent feature of society. And what we do, we must do to ensure that we are able to realize that ethical, build that state, and that developmental state. But the way we are, I'm telling you, we can't be reduced into a kindergarten. We are a kindergarten SVP. That is my own assessment of the whole meeting. This meeting is very important. Here there was consequence management. This is the action that has been taken. Here there was 15 million that was not properly handled. This is the action that has been taken. We are anticipating to appoint other officials. This is what we are intending to do. And we are not speaking about those things. I'm saying, can we have a different approach? Can we have a different approach so that we are able to move? And one other area that I must also speak to is the reality that prescription of the correct cue is dependent on a vigorous analysis of the reality. If we are not giving us the real issues in that department, and as the chair said, we will even allow prescription to take place because it favors
certain component of that organization. And it does not help us. So I'm submitting, Chair, without going further, that we are seated here, and I can tell you we are not resolving. We are becoming a session of just to complain. And I'm urging that going forward, let's just have that approach in future, that when you come in, when something did not, let me give an example. The law will allow that if there's a person that reports to the acting head of the department, and that person did not do the work properly, action must be taken. And it must go up until the last person. But the way we're approaching things, it means there's nobody that wants to take action. We're just seeing things happening and we're comfortable with that. We must come and give whatever we give. I don't think that is how this meeting must go. I submit, Chair, perhaps let's have a different approach in terms of how we deal with the questions that are going forward. Thanks, sir. My apology, I have taken longer.
No, you are very correct of the session, but what makes me to be happy about this session is that honorable members are able to come up with recommendations and advices to the department. As much as they can't resolve most of our issues, us as a committee, we must come up with resolutions that speaks to this non-resolved by the department, to submit them to the House. But I think themselves are noting on some of the issues. And as we are going to have our quarterly meetings, let me see, we will need an action plan on how we are going to deal with these issues, in particular that we have raised. And a progress report, I think I've mentioned it, and that is where the result comes, and that is where we can see the progress. I indicated that in the next sitting next year, we don't want to deal with this outstanding matter. We should assist them. If they need assistance, they must tell the Premier that we need assistance to deal with these resolutions. And these deliberations, I'm happy about because they are also going to help them in terms of dealing with the financial statement as they are preparing to submit to the AG. Isn't it now they are busy to submit in May? So you must take cognizance of the issues that we've raised when you are compiling your financials for submission at 2024-2025. Because we can't raise the same issue this year, next year it is raised again by the AG and the same answer, and we think we are fine. We are not fine. We must improve. We must change. We must change. And the issue of capacity, let me see, that you can't deal with it as a matter of agency. Capacity in terms of home bodies and capacitating them in terms of knowing what to do is very critical. Otherwise, we'll come here every year and then deal with the same issues. So, but I think the message is very clear. We are going to request Honorable Machete to take us through question 3.
Thanks very much. Question 3 is on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The Executive Authority on page 167 of the annual report, the department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 130 for the current year. Cumulatively, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as at 31 March 2023 amounts to 6.7 million. 3.A. Why did the accounting officer fail to investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred? 3.B. Provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C. MEC, 3.C, how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? 3.D, who are the responsible officials? 3.E, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? 3.F, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the other responsible officials? 3.G, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Machete, MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupero Florence Radrani, MEC for Social Development. With your permission, again, Honorable Chair, allow me to request the acting HOD to take us through the responses in relation to question 3. Over to you, acting HOD.
Thanks, MEC. Thanks, Chairperson. It's Dr. Sehlapelo, the acting HOD. With regard to sub-question 1, why did the accounting officer fail to investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred? The response is that the reason for incomplete or non-investigation at the time of the audit was since most incidents of fruitless and wasteful expenditure were discovered during the preparation of the financial statements, and most investigations were at the initial stages, and other institutions had capacity challenges. The table below depicts in detail the reason for the incomplete investigations. The table is self-explanatory. I will not go into the detail of that table. Part B provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It is provided the first column, the second column, the one that explains the item, the amount, and the financial year. It's also self-explanatory. And how much of the fruitless expenditure did the department recover? The table that follows that, it explains the amount that were recovered. There were some that were fully recovered, others that were partially recovered. There is, however, one that was not recovered, that we have not provided a discussion, a point yet, is item 7 on page 39, the one of UIF, where we say the investigation is still ongoing. We did engage with the team that is doing the investigation. They actually indicate that it is about to be finished, and they promise that it will be finished by next week. Then the next question is who are the responsible officials? The table is there. However, I did mention earlier to the committee with regards to Pashas Latule and the explanation that I gave at the time to indicate that the one that is dealt with at Public Works. And then sub-E, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? The executing authority could not act against the accounting officer between 2016-2017 to 2019-2020, since she left the department. However, an attempt to charge was made through OTP between 2021 and 2023. The executing authority could not act against the accounting officer because the accounting officer left the employ of government in February 2024. Chair, for this specific one, for the charged to OTP. Unfortunately, we had not provided the evidence, but I'm assured that the letter is there. We will provide it after the meeting if the chair agrees. Then the next issue is what action did the accounting officer take against the CFO and other responsible officials? They were giving warnings there, which are in Annexure K. And what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The department issued a circular, which is in the Annexure L, and created new processes to receive the issue about key accounts invoices through invoice emails, and also put measures to engage Eskom and Telkom, because these are some of the key issues, and rechange the procedures to ensure that vehicle licenses are not done at the last possible point, are done before expiry, and capacitated the district officials on the management of past performance incentives. That's our response, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe even before I give honorable members to ask questions, we have an issue of Telkom, Eskom, municipality. Here it is there on page 39, Eskom, and Telkom is also there. We have realized that this is a common issue in all the, almost up to so far. And we have recommended that at the level of the executive, can you find a way to deal with this issue? Because at least the transport was able to explain in detail the challenge, why this interest, it relates to the billing or the invoice from the Eskom, even municipality and Telkom, and the run or the, yes, something like that. Yeah. When you are paying and when they are issuing their invoices, it's not yes. So you pay after they've issued their invoices, and that causes the interest, and that happens every month, every year for all the departments. So we're saying, without getting into it, because it will be a repetition of what we discussed, we're taking this to the executive and find how to do with these intergovernmental issues to resolve it. Yeah, questions?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, my name is Thabo Mabotja, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, I just have a few words to the department, and more especially the Legal Services Department, because, Chair, if you can check, most departments, they are, I don't know whether it's auditing falls under finance or it's a separate unit. But if you can check, most departments these days, auditing, it's in-house. Come any issue of auditing, they're able to do it in-house. They don't need to even outsource it. Now, Chair, legal is a problem in most departments that we have came in contact with. So, and even on the basis of this question, there are still some problems, legal problems, even the ones that we've passed. Chair, there's a general issue whereby people commit wrong things and leave, knowing that their warning only lasts for 6 months, then there's nothing. Chair, if the department beefs up its legal unit, these problems are not going to be there, because those people of legal will be pursuing them each and every day. So I was just worried, I don't know in terms of hierarchy, whether a senior legal officer, it's a senior manager level or it's a lower level. The reason for this is that I don't understand if Lord it's a lower level position. How is he going to be able to pursue his bosses up there? So I thought that maybe the senior legal officer is equal to the director so that he can be able to deal decisively with his colleagues at his level. So, Chair, the last one is that we are expecting that the department coming to our next follow-up sessions, we're expecting that when the department appears, we're going to see action. And this action will be in the form of letters of demands and acknowledgement of debts, because there are many debts that people are owing department and they know that nothing will happen to them. So we need to change that culture within the department. So MEC Chairperson, the MEC next time when we get their report, we need to see this decisive action that has to happen within the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mapodo.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Mantata, you will come after Honorable Mapodo.
Lawrence Mapodo, member of Scopa. Chair, I think the MEC must clarify herself. If a person can pass on, okay, then immediately then this person passed on. Then immediately after this person, I on duty, time on duty this person. Then later on, the figures are changing because that person has died or the information is missing. Later on, after the burial, the information resurfaces again. The reason why I said, can't we review these other cases? Because it's strange to me. Meaning your systems are poor. If one person can, I don't say somebody must die here, sorry. It's unusual. But it tells me that if somebody can die in a very strategic position, how can he lose $1 billion? That's for sure. Practically it's what I've heard now. Unless you can argue it, that case. But I'm saying, make sure that our systems, in case of death, our figures don't change. I don't know, I might be a fool, but I'm very much itchy now to think God into area, and later on it resurfaces. No investigation at all. And I think Honorable Machete said it. We are discussing the Bay 3 PM10 and other things. And this is a high level meeting. What he was trying to say, he was sending a message to all of you here to say we need competent and dedicated team to serve the people who are poor on the ground. That's all what he was saying. Now I think moving from here, when we come back in the next batch, will be a high level kind of interaction between us and yourself. So that we shouldn't come and discuss the debate at the end of the day. And I think you are forcing the Scopa to move in that direction. You are reducing the committee to discuss things that are indeed in the kindergarten. We are meeting doctors, masters, others here. They are doctors, they can't say it. But look at the level of discussion MEC. Now let's go back. Doctor, go and make sure that we inject doctor, all of them. And sing like doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm still the same Caroline Mantata Mahasela.
No, you know, on a letter note, when the acting HOD introduced himself this morning, he mentioned about 5 names. As we continue the review to Martin Slapelo, now it's only Dr. Slapelo. So, as we go, don't be so just
tired to check us time we touch these documents, we just speak of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. You'll see when we go to question number 4, 5, 6, 7, we'll be talking the same, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It's like the department it criticizes those things, and which is unproper. Honorable Chairperson, if you can check on page 34. In fact, there are many. I just, mentioned these two. Page 34, assessment has been done. Responsible person acknowledged. It's about the 19K of wasteful expenditure and fruitless. So what steps have been taken thereafter? What did the department do in order to recover the money? And then you'll find it, there's nobody who's responsible, there's nothing that has been done. The answer is dololo. And then there are a lot of incomplete investigations. You find that the department is investigating about this matter, and then and I think that is not good, because if you can check, cases are piling up in the department, and no one is showing to be responsible. So I think the department should look to that. And then on fruitless and wasteful expenditure again, at page 6, 6C, they don't have those questions. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? And then they said there are instances where the department did not recover any money, and in some cases money was recovered. Others are not recovered, other monies are recovered. And that a total of 161, 225 rent 13 was recovered. So we just want to know how much is the total amount of fruitless expenditure. How much is that? Because only the money which has been recovered is the one which has been written down. So how much is the total amount here of fruitless expenditure? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupero Florence Radzirani, MEC for Social Development. Once more, let me appreciate questions, comments, or input from honorable members. And reiterate, Honorable Chair, what I said in the morning, that as the Department of Social Development, we are very much committed in getting things to be done in terms of following all the legal prescripts that are there, all the regulations, whether it's the rules. We have that commitment. And it was not our plan, Honorable Chair, to come to this meeting and want the meeting maybe to go to another level. It's just that we are accounting on a number of issues that was supposed to have been dealt with not 5 years ago, because if you talk about 2014, today is 2025, but we appreciate that the team you are leading, Honorable Chair, this is the team comprised of honorable members who are well equipped in terms of assisting the work at hand and to execute the work at hand and to assist the provincial government, something that we really appreciate. We have just started the 7th administration, and I think for me, we have started on the right direction, because honorable members are able, through your leadership, to pick areas. Some of the issues, when you refer to social development, you are even saying, these are issues that cut across all the departments. We will seek the intervention of EXCO for the uniformity in terms of resolving these matters. It's something that I felt maybe I must as well appreciate, Chair. But coming to the issue raised by Honorable Mahasela, once you acknowledge that, there is no need for us to continue with investigations. It means you are saying, I'm ready to pay back. And if you check in terms of 3404, the municipality and licensing, at the tune of 19,281.33 rands, you go to page 38, the department has already recovered 8,464, because those who have done these wrong things, you find are government officials within the department. It can't be possible for someone to pay 19,000 at once. But if you appreciate that I'm more than ready to pay, the department will allow you to pay. If you check, the proof of payments are attached, and though this is happening on number of them that is listed on page 34, if you go to page 38, to show that the department really, we mean business. Where there's a loss of money, definitely we won't have any explanation except to make sure that we recover the lost funds. We take the recommendation by Honorable Thabo Mabuja. We understand you because you are coming from that profession. Obviously, you have to advocate for it, even if there are other weaknesses in other sections in the department, but your interest, it's on the legal section, because that's where you belong. We appreciate writing letters of demands. I think we've already started discussion with the acting HOD. The first session, when we break for lunch, we had a discussion to say from here, these are the key critical areas that the acting HOD will have to follow. The dying of a person, figures changing, it's something that I think that one, it won't be easy to respond, but safe to say, since the acting HOD joined the department from the office of the Premier, I can assure honorable members of Scopa Chair that even if we can go and check in the office of the Premier responsibilities that were assigned to him in terms of the provincial government, you will be rest assured that this Department of Social Development will no longer be the same. I'm always challenging all of us that it's not about the academic qualifications that we are holding, because it doesn't assist. If our reports are full of negativity, what is the reason for you to be called by the title of a doctor? Maybe when the doctor was not mentioning his title, because he's the doctor not by honoraries, by profession, he studied for it. It's because he realized that in the department where he's leading, we have not yet reached that level of doctors, but we are getting there. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
It's Dr. Sehlapelo. There's just one other question that Honorable Mahasela asked, Mantata Mahasela asked, that was not fully answered at this point. And let me see if we would like. She asked the total amount, right, for the amount that we have not recovered. The colleagues were trying to add up, but I don't think we should give the total amount at this point. So what I just wanted to request the committee is that we will provide the total amount as a separate report and explain where we are, because there's quite a number of issues that may be related. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we move to the next question? Honorable Majomani, question number 4.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, MEC once more again and your colleagues. My name is Honorable Majomani. I'm the member of the Scopa committee. We are on page 43, question 4. Material impairment of executing authority on paragraph 7 of the Auditor General AG report as disclosed in note 14.6 to the financial statements. Material uses of 21,190 were incurred as a result of an impairment of irrecoverable debtors. Number A, why did the accounting officer fail to recover money from debtors resulting in material uses of 21.190 million? Question number B is, who are the responsible officials? Number C, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? Number D, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? Number E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to correct this anomaly? Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupero Florence Rajulani, MEC for Social Development. I will request the acting HOD, Dr. Stapelo, to take us through the responses. And through you, Chair, acting HOD, honorable members have read the questions. For us is to provide responses. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Chairperson. I will just provide, I'm Dr. Setlapelo, the HOD for the department. I will just provide a question that, comment, and I will request Mr. Kabai, the legal colleague, to deal with this issue about the amounts. I just want to emphasize that there are two main debtors there. The first debtor is the Independent Development Trust, the IDT, and the second group of debtors is some bursary holders within who were given bursaries by the department. They are members of the public. And Tate Kabai, can you just clarify the latest amounts, which are, the latest actions, which is not necessarily provided in the report here, just to say how far are we. But basically, yeah.
in our case, Chair, there was a tranche paid to IDT. I think it was a tranche of 35 million to erect a structure for the department. And going forward, Chair, the IDT could only account for a certain amount where there was a balance of 13 million, of which they could not account for. And trying to engage with them, we were informed that they are not able to pay us back. And lately, we have instructed the Office of the State Attorney, and they have appointed counsel in this case, trying to recover back from them as recommended by AGSA.
Dr. Setlapelo, the HOD again. In relation to that section A again, part of the money has been recovered, even if it was claimed to have been impaired, because according to the accountants, they advised me that when they impair an amount, it doesn't mean that they stop trying to collect it. It's just that in their assessment, it is unlikely to be recovered. Who are the responsible officials? The first one, in terms of the people who owe us, is the IDT, and there is a list of bazaar data that are attached as Annexure P, and then the other impairments are in Annexure Q. In terms of the sub C, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? The accounting officer could not act against, the executing authority could not act against the accounting officer, as the accounting officer had followed the process that is to recover that specific amount. Question D is also the same status. The question E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place? Those are the steps that were the department has put in place. That's our response, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. We hear that there's a team that has been instituted for the IDT to try to recover the 13 million. We will appreciate if in our next engagement we can have a progress report on that one. But the question that I have is on the students' bazaar, that we could not pay back the bazaar money. And I know most of the institutions, you have the part of the contract will say, we pay for you for 4 years or 3 years or whatever number of years. And then when you come back, you come and work in the department for the same number of years. But because I'm a resident of Limpopo, I know the history of this department. That at the first stage, there were social workers who were saying we are from work. The department was supposed to give us employment to comply with the contract, but they are unable. So I'm not sure if this has a relationship with what the picture that I'm painting. But the other issue is on the measures that you propose in order to deal with this, especially bullet number 2, where the department has discontinued offering the bursaries to students. We had a problem of students unable to live to that promise, and you said, and remember, it is not all the students, I believe that it's not all the students who fail to recover, fail to pay back the money. it might be some, so everybody is suffering because the department has said, no, we're no longer offering bursary. Not because there's no money, because of the challenge that you have raised. And how many poor people, how many poor students are you disadvantaging with this decision? Besides disadvantaging poor students, how are you going to continue with a career pathing? Because each and every department was trying to recruit students, to channel them to different professions, so that you don't have a challenge of a particular skill within your department. So how are we going to juggle between these two? The skills, retention, the recruitment of scarce skills, and even disadvantaging the poor people because we could not manage a certain process properly. Maybe Honorable Mabuja, Honorable Mapulo, in that order.
Greetings once again. My name is Thabo Mabocha, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, that is why MEC, I keep on emphasizing that we need to have a strong legal unit, because some of these things here, legal unit was supposed to handle them legally. Because now let's say let's switch sides. Let's say the department was owing IDT 13 million, not even 13 million. Is it 21 over any? There are many figures here. 19, 21, 13, 35. But that amount, even if it was a million, if the department was owing IDT, would be sitting here, MEC would be running around here, Sheriff has said the department there. They are touching your office and your car here outside, they're taking it. So pay IDT now, or we're taking this thing to auction. I'm just trying to be realistic. If we give a level lot, we're going to pay by force. So now, IDT is owing you. Someone somewhere takes a decision, because a decision was taken. Didn't fail to take a decision, this one. No excuse. Someone somewhere took a decision that, no, let's write off this thing. And my thinking, I've got a very wild imagination. My thinking tells me that this thing might be a javelin. Someone threw a javelin that side, or no, look, I'm going to write off this thing, and then you will give me something that side. Because it can't be. There's no service delivered. If you are telling us, or no, they build a one-stop shop, and then this one-stop shop, maybe we're supposed to be discussing the qualities, or no, but the workmanship here is not proper, it's something else, but at least there's a structure there. But here we're not even being told, or no, they've built this thing, and then this thing was costing, it costed the department this much. Was really any consequence. So here, Chair, I want to know that how old is this matter, because we must run away from this thing of prescription. Because next thing when they appear here, we're late. This thing, state attorney has advised us that this thing is prescribed. Chair asked the senior manager, is it senior admin officer, legal, that what is your relationship with state attorney? Are you getting, I think the department is paying when they get service from state attorney. Are you getting value for your money? Because in most departments, especially Department of Health, you'll hear next week, Department of Health, state attorney has got very big files of health. Most of the time when we're still practicing, the only thing you hear is healthy default judgment all the time. Why? State attorney did not respond. So now, that's why I'm asking, are you getting value for your money for state attorney? Over or not. Now, IDT needs to pay back this money. They need to pay back this money. In our next meeting, we're expecting, not even our next meeting, Chair, in a progress report that they'll be sending, we need to know the action that you have taken with regards to this matter. If possible, go and approach law enforcement. Law enforcement must be approached because there is Mshigashiga here. Now, my last issue will be on bursaries. I was a student leader, especially at TEF. I know most of the students that have been affected by this were mainly from TEF, University, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe other universities in Gauteng. But mainly I know of my brothers and sisters, young people with a very bright future, whom the department took a decision, a deliberate decision to invest in their future. They went to school, they signed a contract that this contract, if the department, I think it was saying, if the department is unable to place you within 6 months, the department must give you a release letter. So these young people completed the degree under very difficult conditions. They completed their degrees. And as and when they were happy that they were going to fight poverty, their parents were happy that breadwinners are going to change the living conditions at home. Unfortunately, the department at the time had not planned for them in terms of absorbing them. So now there were back and forth. I remember it was always in the media. It was always in the media. They were striking or no, hire us or release us. But the department was not willing to release them. I'm not sure if it's these graduates of this particular financial year, but there were graduates who were always running to the department, release us or hire us. But the department refused to do both. So I think at the end, the department released them and others got jobs somewhere in mines and wherever. But then now, it's strange for the department to say that when it was unable to honor its end of the bargain, and then say, no, come and pay us our money. Whereas these people had volunteered, they had submitted themselves to the department. Now, the department is now pursuing them with debt collectors, or no, go and collect money from those people. Some of them currently are not working, and the department told they are threatening them with legal action. They are going to blacklist them. Some, they are just panicking. They are taking monies from their parents to make sure that their payments. So, Chair, I'm saying that can the department really review this decision? I don't think that when this decision was taken, it was taken by the material condition. I'm not sure what the conditions at the time were, but look, in the department we are expecting our departments to be led by innovators, job creators. So instead of creating job, you now want to take the little sense that our people have. So let's go and review, please. We're pleading with you. Please go and review this decision of yours. And equally, the decision now you are stopping the bazaar, I'm not sure what informs it. As the chair has already alluded, department, please review this decision of withdrawing the bazaar. There is a need for social workers. If you are from my township there is that thing of rehab. People are creating the rehab centers and they are working. So if the social workers can go and assist the department in terms of rehabilitating our young people that have given their lives up for Nyaupe, that would make us very happy, MEC. So please, let's go and review this decision and then come up with a very progressive decision. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mapolo.
Thank you, Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. Firstly, the black child. The black child. You can't do that unless you don't know the socio-economic situation and the background of a black child. And you can't compare black child like IDT. And IDT just say, no problem. But you can't compare a black child with an entity and you decide to cancel and say, let them die. I mean, that's why decision. Please, think of a black child. Think of her background, the socio-economic situation that is facing. May we please do that. We know we are not Mama Teresa's, we are a government. But we become Mama Teresa's to our own officials here. Accommodation cancellation. Who's paying that money? We are going to review all these cases. Even if it is 15 cents, that person must pay it. We are not Mama Teresa's. We are a government taking care of the poor. And then, even 650, those people must be followed. They must pay that as 650. And some of them are here with you. They've missed the plane. He must pay that. Those that have made us to pay for these licenses, they must go and pay for that. We are not Mama Teresa MEC. You must, everyone who accommodation, after that are resign. We follow him Sheriff, it's a citizen of South Africa. He must pay back that money. We just say, hi, look, that's why even Honorable Mabocha would say, Ngari, we are leaving people throwing javelin. Javelin is a simple thing, you know it better, especially about the supply chain, leading senior managers and directors and on contract. Like it's a heck. Up to 5 years, get some money. Javelin. Now, that is what we see. Please, let's go back and review all these things. These people must go and pay 15,650 municipal licensing. They must pay so that tomorrow they can be competent. The reason why they will get irregular, when people do mistakes, I say right, in the social department, the reason why you left this, you are new, I know, but go and crack the whip. MEC, you must go and crack the whip. Unfortunately, if you are belonging to a party, your party won't see the light of the day. Go and protect your party and make sure that people do justice and serve the black child. Thank you.
Honorable Mantata Masala, do you have an input to make?
No, I just want to assist the department that when they do, and my name is Caroline Mantata Masala. I just want to assist the department that let's do a thorough planning. If maybe we can plan better and have good strategies concerning all these things that we are talking about, I think the department will move in a good manner. And yeah, it's not about, you know, the party that we belong. It's about us assisting the department about how to move on, how the department should, you know, pick up its standard. Because if we now start talking about politics, party, Honorable Mapo, I don't think it's going to be good. We are here to assist the department. We are not talking about what party and the like. We are one here as the members of this committee. Thank you, Chair. And I think even if we can move to consequence management and then the department stick on that, then I'm telling you, this department is going to, the colors of the department are going to fly high. So that's what we are here for. And I mean, we're meeting for the first time here. And then maybe Riko Kakana Labubedi, the Kalabala Chua Larakiana Mantata Caroline Marcelana, Kabaribiti, if Riko Bejo Lydia 1, 2, 3 things and then they're not done. So we are appealing to you as the department owner. Please go and rectify the mistakes that we've seen, and then let's take it from there. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mantata Mahasela. I'm still on the issue of IDT and want to continue from where Honorable Mabuja has indicated. This statement that is talking about the response, which is saying that the department was unable to recover that 19 million. The answer being one, the ADT disputed that they are owing the department. That's the first thing. The second thing, the department tried some intervention to negotiate with the IDT. The third thing, in the process, when they were negotiating during the dispute, they realized that the IDT financial viability was in doubt, and to pursue it further would just be a futile exercise, hence that decision. You see, these three things, they don't go together. I don't see them going together. I don't see them complementing each other, because in the first place, you said they disputed, and you don't tell us about the dispute. How far did you go with the dispute up until you say no? Let's get an intervention of the interdepartmental, and then in the process you realize we're just wasting our time. Let's just leave it because their financial viability is questionable. How did you observe, or what evidence did you have at that particular time? But to sum it up, what we are saying as Scopa is that we want this money to be recovered. We want this 13 million to be recovered from this entity, from this IDT, because it's the government, is a public money. These reasons that are given here, I'm not convincing. Let's go and sit down and come up with ways to get the money. And Honorable Mahasela spoke about planning. Indeed, proper planning prevents poor performance. And I hope for the financial year 2025-2026, for example, because this one 2024-2025 is ending, if you can sit down and have a boss barat whereby you sit as the management, plan, tell each other the truth about the performance of the department, you'll get out of that planning session having a plan that will take you forward. That is very critical. So I think that is what these members are saying. I'm not sure if there was a question or you just comment. Was there a question that you asked? No, I just tried to wrap question 4. No. So it means we're going to question 5. Most of these things are just recommendations and advices on how to move forward. And indeed, we are going to trace the implementation of this resolution, and we are going to demand the action plan based on what we are agreeing now. We are not going to wait for the hearing next year and then we read responses. We must at least check our progress throughout the year. And then I'm telling you, next year, we may even have to take 3 departments on the same day, because we'll not be sitting and dealing with documents. Is this still on question 4?
Yeah, just want a clarity on what you said. I just want to, because I take it that there's a reason provided why they did not pursue the matter with IDT. But I want to check the extent to which the application of the debt procedural manual and treasury regulation was properly effected. Just want to check that matter.
Okay, let me see.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and honorable members for the questions, advices, we welcome them as the department. And I still want to repeat myself, Honorable Chair. Your message, together with the collective, was loud and clear to say you are going to track progress. And it's something that you will find us ready. You see, if you are classified under the category of best performing attorneys, I'll give an example, or best performing department, you celebrate when people give credits. And for you to reach there, you need to work very hard. So you can see we have pens, we are writing everything, so that for future, we must not be a problem to you. We are very much committed on that. Coming to the recovery of the lost money, if you go through the report, though we still have got those who are owing us, but there are those who are already paying. The report speaks for itself. But we have other areas where it was difficult for the department, like IDT. So you are saying, go back and make sure that IDT pay back the money. And it's the matter that is no longer going to be the voice of the department alone. Because after this process, Scopa will be debating in the House. So we are strengthened as well. When we argue, when we debate with whoever, we will also be coming from a very strong position, because it will no longer be the issue of the department. So we are very much committed on it. I'm as well touched, Honorable Mabucha and Honorable Mapo, when you mentioned the issue affecting the black child. I was even whispering with the acting HOD, it's just that I don't want to embarrass myself, because before we start with the hearing, there was a clear question directed to me by the Honorable Chair. You say, Honorable, let me see, whatever is in the package, do you take full ownership? And that's what I said. But we have realized with the HOD that even if you can come to the department, when we failed to allocate budget, bursaries recently, it was on the basis that we were not having funds. We can't say we don't allocate budget on the basis that, because I want to agree with you, Honorable Mabucha, when it comes to the issue you were raising, that legal services also need our attention. Because when you say you are intervening, you want to assist the poor. Why do you coin your contract in such a way that you create future problems for them? That cannot be an intervention to assist our people. But there were many loopholes. Hence, the department has been discussed even in on media platforms. We even appear before the public participation and petition portfolio committee because of all these things. But it's something that really we can't stop the bursary on the basis of that. And we will start to advocate for the allocation of bursaries to assist the poor going forward. How do you recover the money from someone who is unemployed? It's something that we will go back as the department and relook at this decision. It's true, you can compare IDT and a young person who was assisted to go to tertiary institution, because our contract as the department, they had much to really be looked at. I will request the acting HOD to respond to some of the questions raised here. before I do that, Honorable Chair, one other issue that in relation to the writing of debt, when I checked with administration, it was that this is for financial accounting process. But when it comes to the recovery of the money, we are still going to follow it up. Hence the team, which was said by the senior legal officer to say there is this team that is still continuing to follow up on the money owed by IDT. Thanks. Acting HOD through the chair.
Dr. Sihlapelo, the HOD of the department. Let me see, I am a little bit feeling that maybe there is no need for me to add, but I just want to also just emphasize a certain point that for the IDT, the project in question relates to the Sexual Treatment Center, which is there, but it is about the accounting for the building of that Sexual Treatment Center itself. So I was just dealing with the issue of there is at least something to show, but it doesn't take away from the need to go and continue to recover. There's quite a lot of issues in the document. So let me say, I think maybe the last point I wanted to say is that indeed the issue of the bursaries, it's not because of trying to avoid an audit query that we stop a bursary. It just didn't come out as intended. I think it is just as the colleagues and we were crafting, is because there is no bursary, it is unlikely to repeat. But the issue about the bursaries, it's not, I don't think we will be a responsible department to actually stop issuing bursaries because we want a clean audit. We can't do it.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. It's just unfortunate because the way it is captured as a measure
Yes.
to, is
I
very
agree with you,
unfortunate,
Chair.
yeah.
It's our bad.
Honorable Mapolo, can you take us through number 5?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Lawrence Mapolo, member of the Scopa. Question 5, achievement of planned targets. The executing authority on paragraph 22 and 23 of the AG's report, the AG's report that the actual achievement for some indicators was materially more than the reported target. Question A, why did the accounting officer provide evidence that was more than the reported target to the Auditor General? B, who are responsible officials? C, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? D, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? E, what measure did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Emerson?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will request the acting HOD to take us through.
Dr. Sihlapelo, the acting HOD. In relation to sub-question A, why did the accounting officer provide evidence that was more than the reported targets to the Auditor General? Our response is that there was inadequate oversight on the performance information reported and the verified means of verification in all the 5 districts due to high vacancies of supervisors in municipalities. Sub B, who are the responsible officials? We have provided the list there, which is the district directors during that period, because in one area is not that period. But Chair and MEC, I think although we have written this way, this problem is something that we are fixing not only at a district level, but also because that accountability and checking also happens at the provincial level in our own offices, so that the reports that we get from the district itself, we ourselves are happy before we sign them off into the annual report itself. So I think that's just an additional point that I would like to make. The issue about what the action did the accounting officer take, executing authority take against the accounting officer. The then accounting officer left the department in February 2024, so there was no action. What action did the accounting officer against the responsible officials? There was no accounting, there was no action except the actions that we mentioned generally about the training and so on, not in terms of disciplinary action in terms of that. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? The department took a dedicated task team from the provincial office to provide support to the district to verify the data before finalization of the means of verification. So also the department has prioritized the filling of vacant supervisor posts. I've discussed that when we dealt with the question 1. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, MEC.
Yeah, thank you very much. On D, when we were dealing with some issues back, I raised an issue of the transition as of when I'm not going to raise it again, but please note that I raised the issue of transitional period where there will be delays of other things. So let there be continuity and a flow of activities regardless of who is occupying a position. Are there other questions?
Just one. Chair, thank you very much. My name is Thabo Mavocha, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, my question is under C. Chair, are we dealing with the financial year 22-23? It's 22-23, On C, I get confused. Or assuming we are in 2023, maybe somewhere around June, financial year FAD, then they are about to account. How do they get to February 2024? Isn't that supposed to be contained in financial year 23-24? Isn't this response supposed to be in the, isn't this response supposed to be in, in 23-24? I'm just confused, Dr. Please, maybe take me out of this sea of darkness.
Yeah, MEC. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Member was very direct to say the one who is highly qualified, the doctor must provide the answer. So I will just give him that space because he was very much, yes, so acting HOD.
Dr. Stapelo, the acting HOD. Chair, not answering it now would have left a blank. What happens is that in 2023, the year that financial year and that ends in March 2023, the audit report comes out on July 2023. The department prepares their audit action plan around between July maybe and September, and they finalize that audit action plan and they start implementing it immediately at that point. So, whilst the issues arise out of the annual report of 2022-23, the question that deals with it, and the action for it will be in 2023-2024, right? But the question was asked, and therefore the department could not have simply said, because we were supposed to make that action in 2023-24, we are not going to respond to it. And therefore, that is why we are responding in the manner that we are responding, in the sense that although it's about 2022-23, and the action was supposed to be in the following year, because before the actual financial year, the executive authority would not have known that the accounting officer has submitted an annual report that is not in order.
Yeah, I hear you, acting HOD, but what Honorable Mawuza is asking is that you were about to, or maybe already started preparing the books for 2023-2024. Obviously, from July to February, you should have already had a plan on how to deal with the issues raised by the report. At least if you said, well, we're still busy with the processes, the HOD left, then I was going to say, okay. So now it's just saying we could not do anything because the HOD left. But the other thing that I want to raise, and if you are not doing it, please start doing it. There are internal audits again, where even before the auditor's report comes back, you already know your issues. Why do you have to wait for the auditors to comment on a particular issue that you know exactly that we have got this issue, and they don't start to have processes, even though maybe formally you have to wait for that report, but at least you have got plans to say when this issue is going to be raised by the AG, because we know that it's going to be there. We are going to be very proactive and deal with it like this.
Okay. Hey. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Yeah. The acting HOD will respond, but I still want to come back to the question that was directed to the doctor, the acting HOD. For me, Honorable Chair, the same accounting officer was still in charge of being the head of the department during that time. So there was no way, because he was the one who was supposed to lead in terms of drafting that plan to say we have to address these issues. So it was not going to be, if you are the one who is affected, you might find ways of managing, of delaying the implementation of all issues that must be implemented, because you are the culprit in terms of the report. But the last part, or the new issue that you have raised, the doctor is still seated next to me. I will refer to him.
I'm Dr. Slapelo, the HOD. The chairperson is correct in terms of when we then deal with the issue about the internal audit, but not only the internal audit, but also whatever happens when we discover, let's say for example, an irregular expenditure or whatever. We don't have to wait for the audit report. We we then act on
Scopa
it.
questions.
Yes, we act on it, and therefore the chair is correct. We did do that at this stage, and I believe that the CFO can bear me out on this one. But
Yeah,
yes.
are we fine? Can we move to the question number 6 before?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Matodi Caroline Matata-Masel. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Chairperson and Honorable MEC, there's a question here at number E. What may I just did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of the matter? And then it was about the filling of vacancies. So asking again that my question is, how far is the department with the filling of the post? Maybe because the Honorable MEC talked about it before we come to this question, to say she has secured more than 180 posts for the senior post and all the posts. So I'm trying to be inquisitive here. Just want to know, because she's already said how many are they, and then I'm inquisitive about maybe if they can tell us about the salaries, if they can tell us about the budget of those posts. Thank you.
Okay. All right, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for the question. The last part of the input of Honorable Mantata Caroline Mahasela, I will request, with due respect, Chair, that we don't land in that space. It might not be easy to say the salary is how much, but when the positions are advertised, I think everything will be clear there. But safe to say, since I joined the department, on my arrival there, 33 positions were advertised. They were already filled. Now, when the acting HOD joined the department from Premier, like he said, 68 positions were advertised. We are in the process of filling them. We have 189 that are still going through the process. I spoke about the persona, what we call PPMC?
Provincial personnel
that we are still going through the process. But the main objective is to get all the vacant positions to be filled. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. And on that note, earlier the acting HOD said they are receiving a lot of applications. Maybe the process of filling them will take longer than usual, and it's not surprising because there is the high rate of unemployment. Whenever there's a post, there will be a lot of people who are trying their best. What you can do is just to come up with a effective way of fast-tracking that process. So can we go to question 6, Honorable Mabucha? Can you take us through question 6?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Question 6 on annual financial statement, performance, and annual report. Executing Authority. On paragraph 31 of the AG's report, the AG reports that the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 40, subsection 1A of the PFMA. Question A. Why did the accounting officer submit financial statements which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by Section 40, subsection 1A and B of the PFMA. Number B. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? C. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the responsible officials? D. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I'm done, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD on behalf of the MEC.
Dr. Setlapelo, the HOD of the department. Honorable Chairperson, I'm not going to read the whole text because most of the issues we have dealt with before, but just to say that there was the way in which the department managed the disclosure was not correct, and as a result, that led to us not disclosing this element correctly. And also when we deal with sub-question B, it's the same question about the accounting officer who left the department in 2024, and also the C in terms of that transition period that the chairperson mentioned. In relation to subsection D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The accounting officer required the chief financial officer to develop an audit action plan, the annual financial statements plan that we've talked about earlier that will actually assist us, and the appointment of a financial statements review team. The department also implemented a checklist that the provincial treasury is assisting department, so that as we do the checklist, we actually ensure that we are in line. After the audit, after that audit that happened, both the Department of Health and Social Development referred the shared services matter to the provincial treasury for guidance, and the provincial treasury advised the departments to disclose a narrative as it was not practical for the Department of Health to accurately separate the shared services cost with the Department of Social Development, and that is included in Annexure W, because this is just a real challenge that we had in terms of the allocation of the related party between us and the Department of Health. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think the same issue that we raised, that at least if you have got a plan, you should have attached it so that it's evidence that at least you have a working document. Under D, you said the accounting officer ensured that the CFO develops and implements audit action plan, annual financial statement plan to assist to alleviate the problems that you've identified. So we would have appreciated if you could have included these documents in the file, including the checklists which were developed. Yeah, are there other questions? There is no question. The jury total on this one. So this one, I get the directions, so the first the last question. The last question, who's taking the last question?
Let me just take it.
Okay.
Chairman.
Honorable Mantata.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Question number 7.
The executive authority on paragraph 46 of the AG's report. AG reports that Office of the Premier is investigating an allegation of an unfair tender processes at the Department for the 2022-2023 financial period on the request of the department. The investigation is still in the early stages and was still in progress at the time of this report. A, what are the findings regarding the investigation of the alleged unfair tender process? Provide a detailed status report. B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting officer take against responsible officials? And then the last one, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Ooh, the last question. Yes, MSC?
No follow-up.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulufelo Florence Razilani, MEC for Social Development. I will request the acting HOD, Dr. Slapelo, to take us through the responses.
I'm Dr. Slapelo, the acting HOD for the department. In terms of sub-question EA, what are the findings regarding... Okay. In sub A, the department requested the Office of the Premier to conduct an investigation. They conducted the investigation. In terms of that investigation, there is need for us to do an investigation. This investigation is about labor relations issues. It's about, because when you have an investigation that says there might have been something there, we need to do a labor relations investigation so that we can take disciplinary action. And that investigation from the Office of the Premier was given to us just late last year, and this year we were able to request an official to become an investigation officer for the purposes of the disciplinary processes. In relation to the question B, it will then be one of those outcomes in that investigation. And in relation to the part C, is that after that investigation, the accounting officer will then do the appropriate actions. And in terms of what measures did the accounting officer put in place to ensure the reoccurrence, this is around supply chain. Those are the same measures we've taken earlier on, that all committee members of the committees that are related to procurement make sure that they do their job properly, train them. Again, not sort of in an early to remind them, and then the consequence management if they do the wrong things. Chair, MEC, that's our response.
Okay, thank you. As I'm going to take questions from honorable members, we also urge you to keep us abreast on the progress of this case as and when it unfolds, especially in your action plan. It must be included, and then as and when there is a progress, then it be reported in our quarterly meetings. Honorable Mabuchi.
Thanks, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, mine is just two questions. The first one is that in other reports, in other investigative reports of the department, you have appointed, I think it's Ramalek, to do investigations, if I'm not mistaken. To do investigations. And then why opt for someone different, someone out of the department? Are you suspecting maybe? Yeah, on a later note, or maybe the conflicted. Number 2 is that HOD, I think this will be my last, no, MEC. This will be my last remark. Please, just after you get this investigative report, please make sure that you act as fast as possible, because next thing when you want to act, you'll find people at the departure lounge preparing to leave the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mabuja. Is there any other question? There was only one question for this, or is a comment and a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, can deal with it. Amisi?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I will request the acting HOD, Dr. Slapelo, to respond.
I'm Dr. Sehlapelo, the acting HOD. I would like to request the chair if that I don't answer the first question of Honorable Mabuja and agree with the recommendation.
I'm answered.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. That was the last question of the 2022-2023 report. So we have dealt with item number 4, 5, and 6. I think as and when we were deliberating, we were giving recommendations on what can be done to take this department forward. But we will consolidate them, formally send them to you, so that you don't miss others who say, we don't say we have not captured them correctly. We are moving number 7, comments by the AG.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon once more. My name is Tyson Kubai, the Senior Manager from Auditor General South Africa. I think my closing comments, it will be to talk on matters of significant internal control deficiencies that the department needs to urgently attend to in order to improve the audit outcome. The first one will be to stabilize the key position within the department. The second one will be on the performance information to strengthen the processes of collating and verification of the performance information. Chair, when the department in 2021-22 outcome, when they were presenting the 2021-22 outcome, they presented a very good audit action plan or an audit improvement strategy that they've presented to the committee. However, it will seem as if the strategy was not well implemented and monitored. So if they can maybe revisit that strategy and enhance it where it needs enhancement and monitor the implementation of that action plan, we will see improvement, especially around the performance information. Then the last one will be on compliance with legislation. There is to say that they need to capacitate the SCM unit, because most, if not all, the irregular expenditure, they are emanating from that unit. So if they strengthen it, we will see improvement. And the last one is also to deal with the consequence management aspect on a timely basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Office of the Treasurer. Yeah, thank you very much, MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We are going back as the department to implement and to work on number of advices and recommendations coming from the honorable members, which for me, the stability of the department in terms of building capacity, in terms of fast tracking the recruitment to fill all vacant positions that are there, it becomes very important. And also one other thing which the AG has also hinted on, strengthening our own internal audit unit. Not necessarily by bringing human bodies, because those who are there, if they're doing their work and we don't give support in terms of becoming serious on dealing with issues that they are raising, it's something that we are going to work on, Chair. The other issue, we will go back, make sure that we revisit number of cases that we have said they are concluded, so that we also check the possibility of reviewing some of the cases that were not handled properly if we find that they were not handled properly. Tracking all those cases, and also the issue of proper planning, Chair. In March, we are going to adopt or to go to our strategic planning for the final drafting of our document, because we have been in the strategic planning. So some of the issues raised here, when we will be finalizing it, they are going to assist us a lot, Chair. The issue of issues of making sure that we put measures in place to make sure that where there is lost money, we find ways of recovering that money. Whether the money is owed by institution or individuals within the department, it should be our full responsibility. We are capacitated today, Honorable Chair. Some of the issues we were stuck, not having ways how to handle them, but through the inputs and comments of honorable members, we are going to make sure that really we take all these issues to fast track service delivery to our people. We will work very hard, Honorable Chair. Today this meeting was flowing very smoothly, and you have been very patient with us, reminding us, repeating yourself. It was just to send a message that after this process, we must make sure that we go back and address all the issues that are there, so that we must not have challenges when we appear either quarterly or we appear the way you are going to invite us to come. But thanks so much, Honorable Chair. We are going to leave this meeting being capacitated, and we appreciate also the time that you take, honorable members, to prepare. Sometimes you might think this file is very big, but the way you refer us, we can as well see that you mean business. And on that one, Chair, I want to say thank you very much on behalf of the department. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, MLC. We're on item number 9, way forward. In most cases, when we were deliberating, we were even giving recommendations and way forward. But maybe let's, for purpose of emphasis, our expectation is that let's start to deal with a program where or an action plan where all these recommendations will be indicated. And the best time to start is tomorrow, the first thing when you get into the office. So even from the committee side of the side, we are going to come up with resolutions and present to the treasury and ultimately to the House for adoption. They will come to go through that process. We are saying that plan of action that we are referring to, one on the issues that we have raised, and we believe that they will assist you when compiling the finances for 2025. But on the resolutions that were not implemented, we want a program to indicate how you are going to implement those resolutions. And we have progress report on quarterly basis. We'll be communicating with the office of the HODMC. Our secretary will be, or coordinator will be communicating as and when we are going to have a meeting, then and our expectations. Issues that were raised, like I've indicated, they will form part of. I think there are lessons that you should take when you are going to prepare the finances for submission for the May. They will be able to assist you. But very critical is that I'm not sure if you have a sector monitoring and evaluation, because that is a very critical sector that will assist you to check all these resolutions, not even from Scopa, but even from your own departments and sectors, if you are able to have a synergy in terms of programs, and are they moving, are they implemented, and then what action can be taken if there are bottlenecks and all those things. Yeah, as we are preparing for to compile the 2024-2025 financial statements, let's follow the acceptable framework. There's a lot of times when they were indicating that there was a submission of financials without following the appropriate framework. So let's correct that. Is the first priority. And also let's take lessons from the issues raised, and we believe that they will make us better implementers of our own resolutions, and we'll be able to correct our mistakes. I always say, like our premier said, we dare not fail our people. And as Scopa, we are saying we dare not fail corrections. Because if you are given a task, you fail, okay, it's fine, we'll come and say, but go and correct here. But the only problem is when you come and fail the corrections. That is when we're having very serious problems. So we can't fail corrections. Let's go and correct, let's develop an action plan, and then we will discuss it as we go on. Usually, in our quarterly meeting, we may not call you, but we'll just assess the progress. But if there's a need, we can call you to come and say, but we are not satisfied, or we need to come and clarify. But that one as well will be dealing with it from the House perspective. We'd like to thank honorable members who are members of Scopa, MEC, and your entourage. Thank you very much. Even if we did not get all the answers that we envisaged, but at least you tried and you committed to go and deal with these outstanding matters. That is what matters for now, and we believe that indeed that will happen. The legislature staff, thank you very much. We know that it's Friday. Others were requested to be used in because of the bereavement, but at least we were able to conclude what we are, what we were invited for, and what is our mandate from the legislature. We thank each and every one of you, and we hope that you have and enjoy your weekend until we communicate with you on the other processes. I'm not sure if there are announcements.
Yeah, there are some refreshments as we go out in the foyer.
Yeah, as we can pick something. And this public hearing is officially closed, as we also welcome those who, as we also also thank those who are on the media platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you.